Hello. We'll let some people filter in first. How are you all doing? I had to delay today. I apologize. It was mostly my fault. I neglected to remember that there was a maintenance day going on today, and I've now gotten hardly any sleep, and I have a headache. But don't worry, because I've just read something to make me angrier, so I'm sure that'll be fine. Hello, Celadon. Welcome in. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself for angry strategist, because I've got a few choice words. Ooh.
With a wit neither sharp nor dull, verbal income
of ruthless incompetence. Oh my god. We are now under a timer, chat. We are now under a timer to beat this game before this patch comes out. They have revealed upcoming patch notes for Rogue Trader, and I read half of it. And you know what? Full disclaimer, I do have a headache right now, as I stated. And also, I'm usually a bit of a doomsayer, a doommonger. I forget what the term is about these sort of things. But the things they were saying in the patch notes were pissing me off, like really, really angry. So, yeah, looks like everything will be awful. It's one of those things where the devs say one thing and then do something completely different, which conveys to me that they don't actually know what the problem is or what's going to be happening. So, clicky marker. Hello, everyone. Hello. Let's get this part over with. Welcome in, everyone. We're gonna have to have a special marker for this, for a little clip. So they posted yesterday, I guess, a thing where they're like, by the way, we're going to change the whole fucking game. Meaning, if any of y'all were wanting to, like, if I wanted to replay the game on my own, it's not going to be the same, in my opinion, and thus less enjoyable. Because as much as I love having a laugh about the game of Argenta and everything else, they've decided they're going to change everything. Like, everything. Also, hold on. Is there an audio setting? I want you to keep the audio in the background while I'm doing this. There's usually like a setting to be like when Windows collapsed off. Yeah, I want you to keep doing audio. Thank you. Something is very bad, that this is not going to work well, when the thing they're talking about is that they're going to drop 2,500 changes. I will have to contact every fucking person who's ever remotely done programming and ask them if this makes sense to anyone. You cannot balance something if you are changing everything at the same time. That's not normal. So post 1.2 Rogue Trader is just not Rogue Trader anymore. Like, this game's gone. Like, I literally went into my settings, went to properties, and said, only update when I launch the game. Don't fucking update this game if I don't want to. And I intend to run this game through the manual launcher after this. I'm refusing that update. I've like flat out chat, I am refusing this update. I'm gonna tell you like a side thing, because of the I'll say slightly rude is the wrong term. I was given warning. I was one who didn't know it was coming. But when you are woken suddenly, I think the term is a rude start to the day, even though the people doing it were not rude. So I had a bit of a rude start to the day today, and I have a headache now, and I am waiting for the headache be gone med thing, aspirin and stuff to kick in. So because of that, I was thinking of just doing Space Station 14. I figured we could all have a laugh. And then when I was going through, I saw that there was a little news update, and I was like, oh, what's that? Click, and I read that, and I was like, no. So we're doing this game today. I honestly was not going to do this game today, just because like I don't want to deal with it today. But now that I know there's a fucking timer, So let's just start with that. Obviously, that's insane. Nothing can be balanced when you do that many changes at once, right? Yeah, you're basically making a new game. Don't, like, address it as it is. This should be a completely different branch. Like, I would not blame anyone for trying to sit there and find old versions of this game. Apparently they've been grabbing people's information and doing analyses, and they feel like there's 4 major problems to the game. There's 4 major problems to this game. By the way, remember, for any of y'all who have been here during alpha, beta, everything else, all the problems I'm about to say, I have said before the game launched. Like what they're calling the 4 major categories or problems are all things that I've discussed since before the game launched. And part of the issue was every other fucking player did something different. I don't know who the fuck was doing this differently. You're bad at math. Like, I'm usually on a lot of these things. You know, I'm like, hey, do what you want. You know, the people who couldn't figure out, but sometimes I'm like, no, there's just, you were bad at math. And there's enough of you, whoever you is, that's bad at math, that's causing a problem throughout the game for everyone else. One of these instances was people trying to figure out defense or whatever in Elden Ring, and this is one of the other ones. I mentioned it a lot of times. I kept talking about fucking Argentine pyros and flamers and shit, and throughout all the alphas, and I was laughing at them. I'm like, if you think that the fire thing's your issue, you're dumb. So the first thing is they're like, oh, there's too many extra turns. White Raven tactics is broken. It always will be. I've said this on every fucking game. I've said it from the beginning of time to the end of time. If there is anything after this mortal coil, I will spend the rest of eternity haunting everyone and telling you that action economy in a game is the strongest ability. If you don't know how to balance action economy, you're gonna have a bad time. So they've addressed that they didn't balance action economy like at all. Mind you, they've already had 2 or 3 major nerfs to action economy, and they're still thinking that it's too much of a problem. No shit. No fucking shit, Sherlock. Like, by the way, some of these, I'm not saying yet that there's a problem with it. I just want to be clear on this. It's going to sound like I'm on both sides of the fence. This part, I'm on the side of the fence of, we knew this was a problem from beginning. You can't now pretend like this was never a problem. White Raven tactics is always broken. It just is. First of all, in any game, and I've said this, RTSs, strategies, RPGs, any fucking game whatsoever, if there is a list of resources and there is an ability to reduce the resources, you're stronger, right? Like there's a meme trope about this. There is a, why? Oh, because I've got chat. I don't have you on Rogue Trader chat. I'll move that in a second. There is a trope about this in anime and movies that's called like the conservation of ninjutsu or some shit like that, which is like the one samurai will always beat the 100 ninjas. But once like you get one ninja out of the 100 and put him somewhere else, he will then go kill 100 samurais. It's always the one dude getting focused on is stronger than the multiple dudes getting focused on. Because if multiple dudes are getting focused on, they all need attention. So in anything that has resources, all the resources need attention. If you get rid of some of the resources and you focus more of your time and effort on lesser resources, you will be stronger because you're not having to spend more time on those resources, right? This is from like an RTS standpoint. Follow me. I'm bringing this back to RPG. I'm getting worked up. I'm getting hiccups and choking on air. In an RPG, the resources that you really have to worry about, particularly in combat, is turns. It's the action economy. That's the only real universal resource. Wizards have to do with limited spells, for sure. Archers, bows, there's like little minor resources, but the only real resource is action economy. So the number that you're dividing this resource over is the amount of players. If you have anything that changes action economy, or in particular lets you choose who gets it, such as what I keep calling White Raven Tactics, which was a class of abilities from Dungeons & Dragons 3.5, the Tome of Battle. They tried to make martial wizards, and one of the schools of combat was White Raven Tactics. It was their support school of magic. One of their things, one of the like White Raven school is White Raven Tactics, where you would go, it's my turn. Ah, never mind, it's his turn. So if you have, we'll say the same amount of resources, this is not including any multipliers, but you have one person's turn. If you have the same amount of resources, you deduct one person's resources, right? You have an extra, let's say 4 people, but you know, in this game it's 6, but we'll say 4 people. If you remove one of them, you've taken out 25% of the resources, and you can divvy those resources to whoever is most effective in combat. So one player trying to make do with 25% of these resources could do it pretty effectively, but you got to be careful for the other players. If you can find a way to give that one player 50% of the resources, they go from being slightly overtuned for that combat to decimating that combat. And the variability of being able to choose which person you give these resources to, the 25 to 50% in this case, means that that ability alone is really powerful. Now, you could say, on a standpoint, that doesn't sound very interesting for the person playing the fighter with the White Raven Tactics. And to that, I will say, you've never played a battlefield control wizard. Like, there is an actual entertaining style of play to countering the DM's plans of trying to over strategize against what's happening. I just want to point that out. That it sounds, you might say it sounds slightly boring. No, I'm sorry. I will disagree with you on that. But the point is, if for nothing else than a min-maxing standpoint, in any game, reducing your resources and focusing on the ones you have will always be stronger than having to deal with all these excess resources. This is one of the reasons why, say in Stellaris, I always do hive mind robots. So I don't have to deal with food, so I don't have to deal with the politics. Less resources, more control. That's just the way I do it. I'm not saying it's the only way to be entertaining. I'm just saying that from an actual like optimization standpoint, this will always be a bit stronger. You can try over nerfing it, but you're having to over nerf against a core idea of math. So in any RPG that has White Raven Tactics or the equivalent, because I am using a 3.5 term, anything that uses White Raven Tactics, that bar none is automatically the strongest ability if you can use it effectively. Meaning you would have to, from the beginning, be balanced around the idea because you've almost made that ability a requirement. Now, in this game, perhaps, if you had the archetype of officer for your character who was able to do White Raven Tactics, then this wouldn't come up as much. This would be an overpowered thing for one choice of the player. If we were to compare this to Wrath of the Righteous, Lich had a very powerful set of abilities from the Lich line where they could just drop people. No saves, no nothing. The Angel had the ability to make you not drop. These were a bit overpowered compared to some of the other choices, but it wasn't a guarantee. It was if you did that route, hey, congratulations, you chose that route. This is your overpoweredness. In this particular game, the White Raven Tactics, while it can be chosen by the player, was a guarantee on the Navigator, a story-based NPC that the game gives you. Meaning, doesn't matter your play style, you're gonna have White Raven Tactics. The instant that became a true statement, that made that NPC the most overpowered NPC, right? And I've said this from the beginning. I didn't say this after playing the game. I didn't say this even in the beta. I said this shit way back in stream when they kind of announced what the fucking NPCs were and what they would do. I don't know how many of you were here and I don't know what video it's in, but I straight up, the instant that thing dropped, showed you guys their little advert for it and immediately said, I give no fucks about anything else in this game. I am romancing White Raven Tactics. I don't know how many of y'all remember that, but that is how fucking obvious this mathematical equation is. It was, if anyone developing this game or playing this game at ever was surprised by this fact, one of two things happened. One, they haven't been playing games for that long. And I don't mean like under 3 years. I mean, I'm an old timer who's been playing since 3.5. I am basing this on a hard, solid example. So I will, hey, so at some point people got to be introduced to this. This only applies to the players, not the fucking devs. I'm sorry. No. If that is not a true statement, then you've not really tried to do games. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but in my opinion, if you've been around that long and done all these games, like if you're experienced and this was a revelation that you've not occurred to you, I don't like you've been enjoying. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you're playing wrong. You've been enjoying good stories. I'm not downplaying your thing, but you cannot claim, like you cannot make the claim of like, oh, min-maxing or optimizing or playing the game, not just playing with your friends. You get what I mean? Like theory crafting. It is the only two things. And if you're a dev, by definition, in my opinion, if you're a dev, your job is theory crafting. Otherwise, how do you know what's entertaining for the players? You have to know what is going to work in what situation. Otherwise, you're just guessing. So in my opinion, either they knew this was going to be probably broken and grossly underestimated it because they were inexperienced with it, or they heard an interesting idea and had no fucking clue what was going on. Like, I cannot think of a third option here. Either they just didn't, I made a calculated risk, but boy, am I bad at math, or they just guessed. But sure enough, after 2 major nerfs to this ability, they're still going, oh, this is fucking strong. No shit. No, and we're only on the first category. Overscaling in the late game. Here's the issue with it. It's not overscaling in the late game. It's overscaling in the entire game. Like, we haven't even gotten to the specifics of these. The entire game. One of my dudes is still using the very first gun. Because if you hit someone with it, they just take 15% more damage for the rest of the fight. Like, that's kind of the issue. Everything is a scaling thing in this. If you have a game with as many items as we have, every amount of scaling is a problem. Every amount. It just matters where the equation is. So it's not overscaling in the late game. By the late game, you're supposed to kind of feel overpowered. The real issue with overscaling goes back to additional turns. If everything is scaled and pretty powerful, right? Let's say everyone is effectively 150% of a person, right? Let's say everyone's effectively 150% of the person because of overscaling. You have 6 people, 150%, we'll say total of 900% power, right? But if I have 1 White Raven Tactics, I can take 150% from one person and pop it on someone else. If I'm not having to do the other person, I don't need to waste resources on them. You get my problem here? It's not an issue of overscaling, it's an issue of White Raven Tactics. It was never balanced around. No one understood this. Thank you for following, by the way. Dwagon and Salty Cupcake. To be fair, it was not 50-5-0, it was 15-1-5, but it was the first weapon I had in the game. If I hit you with that gun, it was a Navigator pistol, for the rest of the battle, you take 15% more damage. Very first weapon in the game. I think that, like, I only think I got rid of that just now for something that has slightly better scale. But that's my point. From the very beginning, you already had a scaling thing. 15%? Percentages scales off of everything. There's 2 ways to do math in any sort of how you do things, right? There are flat numbers and there are percentage numbers, right? Percentage numbers are horrifically weak when your numbers are low. 15% of 5 is nothing. Plus 2 on 5 is a lot. When you're doing 50 damage, 15% is another 7.5 damage. If you're doing an extra 2, you're just doing 2. So there's always in any damage calc in any game, you never want to focus on just one or just the other. There is a point, like a flat number, and there is a percentage multiplier. This is the problem, is they gave a lot of percentage multipliers in the game, particularly at the beginning, where a lot of people think that it's not a scaling issue. It is a scaling issue. It's because at the beginning of the game, that base number is so small, it doesn't feel like a problem.
But when you get to the end game, that small percentage is a small percentage of a big fucking number. It's not a late game scaling issue. It is a scaling issue. It's just that everything feels strong in late game because of all these scales. Now, I'm going to give you a spoiler when we get to that. Their idea to this is to take everything from percentage and convert it to a flat number. This doesn't fix anything. First of all, some of these fights, as much as it's kind of funny that we just overpower and blitz through a bunch of these fights, a couple of these fights have been, holy shit, it's a good thing I was overpowered or I could not win. So if you nerf everything to the ground and get rid of that sort of scaling for the flat number scaling, carte blanche, then a lot of these fights are unwinnable or fucking impossible. So you better nerf every enemy into the ground. Because you have to remember, you're not just scaling the players, you are also scaling the monsters by doing this. If you set up a combat that is about even for a flat number percentage scale, then it's about even. If every player chooses all the percentage bonuses, it's going to feel overpowered. If you force them all to a flat number, the boss is going to kick their ass. You can't just change the players, you have to change the whole game. So changing things from percentage to flat doesn't fix anything. 1. 2, ignoring that, everything at the beginning of the game, if you change that as well, that did nothing before, is suddenly going to make the beginning of that game wicked overpowered. Because if it's a flat number, it's stronger when the flat numbers are smaller. If it's percentage, it's weaker when the flat numbers are smaller. If you try to fix the end game by switching it from a percentage-based system that's stronger when the numbers are bigger, flipping it to flat numbers is stronger when the base number is smaller. Meaning you're not fixing the scaling in late game, you're transferring the weight of the problem to early game, which means suddenly everyone's gonna have a wicked easy time at the beginning of the game and hit a fucking difficulty tweak right around the time when they're supposed to have intersected to begin with. You're gonna make the whole game not scale right. This is an issue that should have been addressed at the very beginning at the core idea of the math. Some people, like me, are going to have overpowered characters. If there is a greater than average amount of people with overpowered characters, it needs some tweaks, but you don't want to drop this number to below 50. On average, half of all players should have an overpowered build. And on average, half of all players should have an underpower build. That's how it works. If you change all the numbers to radically shift people from one side to another, you're not fixing the issue. The people who knew how to make the overpowered builds are just gonna look for a new equation. And for everyone else, the beginning of the game was way too fucking easy. And now the end of the game is gonna be way too fucking hard. You haven't fixed the problem. It doesn't do any of that. I would have to read this. I don't really use Sanction Psychers and or Pyromancy, but I'm going to say if they think the issue is Pyromancy and not Sanctic, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. I don't know what the hell half these players are smoking. I don't know what the fuck half of them are smoking. If they're going to talk about Pyromancy and not Sanctic, Pyromancy, presumably, I have not read and I don't use it, so I don't know. Presumably, Pyromancy does a lot of good damage. Sanctic buffs your entire team. Use a turn, hit some bad guys. Use a turn, buff your team. Give your team extra turns. It scales. It fucking scales. Do you get the problem? If you give people multiple turns, buffing that person is now stronger. You make the buff stronger. I'll have to see what the actual issue is on Pyromancy. And they're going to nerf Argenta into the ground. They still think Argenta is too strong. The problem is not Argenta. The problem is your numbers. The whole point of Arch Militant at its core is the more it shoots or attacks in melee, because, yo, our Space Marine's pretty strong too. The more it shoots, the stronger it gets. And it's like super reductive way of putting it, but the more it shoots, the stronger it gets. So if you have anything in the game that says they shoot more, the stronger they get. The issue in this case is not necessarily Argenta, even though she is the core of this because of that ability. It is the entire class.
The more you shoot, the stronger you get. The more I give you turns, the more you shoot. Like, they already nerfed her. You know what? You remember what that did when she was super nerfed in the mid game? It bought 2 extra turns for Abelard to do shit. Like, you get what I mean? Like, you can nerf her, but I still just give her extra turns. That's the whole point. So that's her thing? Yeah. I think the Holy Bolter casing needs to be nerfed. Is the Holy Bolter casing the one that says if you shoot someone with a single round, it auto hits? Is that what that one is? Because I don't remember. I could be wrong. If that's what it is, I agree with you partly, but I do have a partial disagreement with you. Yes, that is what that is. So the problem is that is overpowered with one of her 2 ults. One of her ults says she can convert, for some fucking reason, she can convert her fire rate to single attacks and then get an entire round of single attacks that are guaranteed to crit. And then with the guaranteed hits, it makes that ability way overpowered. And I agree with you, because think about what that is. I'm being serious. Let's take a step and think about what we've done, right? Automatically hit. What have you done? You've kind of removed a resource. You've removed the need to do an attack roll, which means you've removed the need to give a fuck about her stat. That's what that is. Like, at its core, Holy Bolter, anything that says automatic, guaranteed, anything that removes a die through a series of fucking connections is essentially removing a resource. If you think about the need to pass a roll, you need to accrue a resource, abilities, modifiers, so on and so forth, for that roll to succeed. So anything that says automatic, you're removing a resource, which in that case, absolutely, I agree with you. That's a bit broken. Nothing should guarantee a hit like that. My counter, though, is that every automatic weapon guarantees a hit. That's... like, I'm not saying that the bolter casings aren't broken. I'm saying they're just as broken as the exact other thing you have to do. Because the other system of the AoE one, you're no longer rolling attack rolls. The enemy has to roll evasion rolls. So you're also getting rid of the same exact resource. It's broken. I'm not disagreeing with you that that's not broken. But getting rid of the bolter casing doesn't do anything because she's only doing a single shot half the time. The other half of the time, she's doing 32 shots that are also guaranteed to hit. It's because they keep removing resources. They need to not have 3 different ways to calculate attack rolls. It should just be an attack roll. By removing the resource, that's all that is. The Holy Bolter casing basically makes single shots count as perfectly accurate AoEs. That's what it's doing behind the scenes. So, like, yeah, sure, it needs to be nerfed. I again, not disagreeing that that's not overpowered, but it's just as overpowered as the other overpowered thing, which is an entire game mechanic. Hello, Coca. So that's insanity. Viable builds. So here's the problem with their viable builds. Things like this are, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but they're always ass backwards. They are always ass backwards. If players have an issue with only one build being viable, right? Like, all the players get together and they go, hey, this part of the game is not fun because you need this class. That does not mean that class is overpowered. That means your enemies are overpowered. That means every other class is too weak. If that one class would make it super easy, but you could definitely easily do it with every other class, then that class is overpowered and people would be like, oh, you played easy mode, you did the cheat build. But if every player is agreeing that you need one build, that's not the build's problem. That's everyone else's problem. So
when you point this out that you need a variety of viable builds, that's not saying that one build makes it easy. That's saying one build's the only one that can get it done. Your problem is every other class and the enemies. Only one class or two works. It's not that class's fault. And if you nerf that class, you don't have any viable builds. You got to nerf the enemies. That's the issue here. And they've done this in their previous games. Like, seriously, I don't know how many of you were here for Wrath of the Righteous, but try to think this through. What did I do at the beginning? I took the Paladin, Sela, and I said, wow, this math is garbage. And what did I do? I recreated a character. I recreated a Val using the mercenary system from fucking Kingmaker. I just recreated a Val build. And she dominated. You know why? Because the game was designed for those characters. It wasn't designed for you to have a different, not planned for character. You get what I'm saying? It's an RPG. There's always going to be something broken. The fact of the matter is defense in that game kind of sucked. All I had to do was put in one tower shield specialist and I beat that game's ass. And people were saying, oh, but that Val build, she can't hit shit. She was double tapping the final bosses with a build that don't do things. Why? Because they put in a weapon that had ghost touch, meaning I didn't have to care about their defense. Ghost touch on anyone else in that game wasn't that powerful because everyone was powerful. But you put that shit on a tower shield specialist so she can actually finally hit something. And then what did I do? I focused on defense and nobody could touch her. I reduced the resources and made it stronger. If the issue is that you have one viable build, everything that leads to that viable build makes it stronger. I kind of think that one of the reasons why my Argenta is so strong is I don't have Jail, whatever her name is, Jail's a blah, 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 and I don't have the Dark Eldar. I don't know what builds they would have had, but I guarantee you and I didn't go down that path. I don't have anyone else doing ranged Arch Militant. They have enough gear in here for 2 or 3 people to be ranged Arch Militant. And I've been able to select all the best ones and cram it onto Argenta. Why? Less people to spend the resources on, stronger Argenta. That's all it is. Jay's build sucks. Yeah, like that's literally all it is. So they're like, okay, we're gonna figure out what these are. Excess of extra turns. Tuning things like this has been done carefully and in batches in order to prevent over nerfing. Doing this has to be done carefully and in batches to prevent over nerfing. We've done a massive 2,500 changes. Doing things like this has to be done carefully and in batches in order to prevent over nerfing. We've done a massive 2,500 changes. Doing things like this has to be done carefully and in batches to prevent over nerfing. We've done a massive 2,500 changes. Doing things like this has to be done carefully and in batches to prevent over nerfing. We've done a massive 2,500 changes. Do you see what I mean? Like, what are they talking about? Prevent over nerfing. Doing this has to be like carefully and in batches. You get what I mean? Over nerfing. We've done a massive 2,500 changes. I bet they're not all 2,500 nerfs. Doesn't matter. Look, okay, so imagine everything in the game is on the same scale, just for the sake of this mind experiment. Imagine everything is on the same scale. If one thing is 100%, right? And one thing's 80%. I nerf the 100% to 90. And I buffed the 80% to 90. In effect, you've either still just nerfed the 100% down to 80, 20%, or you've buffed the 80% by like 11%. I'm forgetting the math. I know you're gonna be like, well, 20 and 10. No, there's an extra thing to statistics. I always get this wrong. But if you lower the capacity while doing something else, the effective gain is like 11%. I'm forgetting it right now. I'll probably reference it wrong anyways. But you get my point. Just because one thing is nerfed, if the thing that is opposing it or is also viable in that situation is also buffed, you could also just say you nerf the other thing twice. So the idea that not all of it is nerfs, if some of them are buffs and they're competing on the same resource, you're just attacking the fire from both ends. You know, you could have just nerfed one twice and done the exact same effect. So the idea that some of them are buffs and some of them are nerfs, if they're competing for the same resources, then really it's just whatever was stronger just got super nerfed. I don't know if it's the correct way to use the term, but I reference these as soft nerfs. For instance, when I was discussing the Phasmophobia nerfs way back when, they buffed every ghost to be faster than the players, particularly if they saw you. Meaning that no matter the ghost, every player would always now be hiding. Because every player was now always hiding, it meant that the players weren't out and about. Since the players aren't out and about, the Revenant doesn't surprise you. So the Revenant, even though the Revenant was not directly touched in that patch notes, the Revenant got kind of nerfed into the ground. It got a soft nerf to almost unviability because every player is now not being caught out in the halls. The Revenant was there to punish a player.
Terror known as Nerf Patch 5 has come. Saul curve.
Because players would be confident if they thought it was another ghost. The point of the Revenant was to get revenge on a cocky player. By making it so that players are never cocky, the Revenant never gets the time to attack you. Meaning the Revenant's time in slow mode, where it is the slowest of all ghosts, was greatly increased. So even though it was not directly attacked, the Revenant got a major nerf in this patch, and I will die on that hill. Yeah, indirect nerf. So seize the initiative no longer provides an additional turn to the officer. All right, seize the initiative is the thing that I use to give the officer the first turn. Okay. Instead, it allows the officer and all allies under your voice of command to deal additional damage to enemies that have not yet acted in combat. So you've taken an ability that I agree, possibly slightly overpowered, and you've made it utterly pointless. There's no point to this. There's absolutely no point to that ability now. And this is one of the 2,500 they're listing. That ability is now utterly pointless. Absolutely fucking pointless. There's no point ever to do voice of command for that particular thing. Like, I know it's like, oh, you still use voice of command to give people extra turns at range, but unless they undo that nerf, no, you don't. And you can only voice command someone once every other turn. So voice of command gives one player one bonus amount of damage to an attack at the beginning of combat. Remember the point of the officer was to buff their allies? They can't do that anymore. The problem with this combo was that Seize the Initiative worked on Abelard's class, and Abelard multiplied that one small resource, into 8 resources. Because you reduce the resources and you use it maximally. By changing it to this weird nonsense, no one cares. If the enemy wins initiative, this ability is pointless. If you can't guarantee initiative, the ability is pointless. This would work if this was still true. You get my point? They've done a nerf and a buff. They've just nerfed. Buffing voice of command does nothing. Voice of command in this case was relying on the ability of Siege the Initiative to work through another player, some would call that teamwork, to maximize the buff of Seize the Command. By reducing Seize the Command's ability to gain the first turn, if nothing else, voice of command doesn't work. Like, don't get me wrong, we can still voice a command and give everyone a turn, but if the enemy has gained initiative, then we don't even need Seize the Initiative, because we have not seized the initiative. You just lose out on initiative. So Seize the Initiative after this patch, fucking pointless. It's gone. Who cares? Whatever this damage is only good at the beginning of the game. It's a flat number, not that great at the end of the game. And it's only when the enemy hasn't moved yet. So you would only ever use that maybe once per fight. It's not that big a deal. That's not that big a deal. When the point of all this did was let people move to buff a third character. This was part of a 3-character chain of buffs. And what you decided to do was make 3 characters less useful. This right here, like if nothing else, this just made Argenta stronger because now everyone else is weak. You weakened the entire player base. Every single character to interrupt a 3-player combo. That's all you did. You interrupted a 3-player combo, making every character weaker, thus having to rely on the other character more. That by itself. Now, oh, well, we changed other things so they're weaker, but you get my point. You're not doing anything. You're just nerfing everything. It's dumb. In the Hero's Footsteps now provides a stacking 5% fellowship bonus when an ally uses a heroic act and 5% toughness bonus when using desperate measures instead of providing an additional turn. I don't even know what the fuck that means. I don't think I ever used it in the Hero's Footsteps. I don't think those have strong an ability. Was that the one where you did a buff on someone and then if they killed someone, then you got your turn back? You didn't need another turn. You didn't. You did not need another turn on the officer. I'll have to look up in the Hero's Footsteps, but okay, +5 fellowship and +5 toughness is garbage. It's garbage. I don't know in the Hero's Footsteps did before, but I guarantee you that is nowhere near as good. Nobody gives a fuck about 5 toughness and 5 fellowship. No one gives a fuck. That bonus is only useful in the first 5 hours of the game. After the first 5 hours, it's absolutely garbage. Everything else gives you bigger bonuses. Trying to get to the end of the game where you're still doing +1 here, +2 there, +4 there is stupid. It's not good. Again, by itself, there's more to read. Overscaling in the late game. It's not overscaling in the late game, it's just scaling. It just doesn't feel as strong at the beginning. That's it. Our players are very quick at finding the most effective combinations. But let's be honest, those single shots for 1.5 billion damage that we've seen on some players were beyond our expectations. Not even close to being important. Not even close. Who cares? If they did it, then they did it. A sniper shot doing that, presumably that's off the sniper build, the esoteric mat that nobody really knows, but we can all find the guide on the internet that says click this, then that on one character, and it fucking does all the damage. Cool. That's the point. Okay, so what are we doing? Handful of items and abilities with multiplicative scaling that did silly things. Yes. Obviously, but by the end game, all your enemies are half scaled for that. To address this, we've updated a lot of abilities across the game. We took 3 times intelligence and gave it 10+ intelligence. Okay, so all those items are unplayable. They're unplayable. I want to point out, I've said multiple times that isn't strong enough for in-game. What they are talking about is the same thing I'm doing on another character, where you have one person with one of these does this to another person, does that to another person, does that to another person, does that to another person to finally put it on the last person. These are only issues because in this game, you can essentially do the Pokemon version of Baton Pass. That's the problem here. They did all the math off of everyone getting individual bonuses, and they didn't realize with such things as White Raven Tactics, they could do the Pokemon equivalent of Baton Pass. And you could take all these bonuses and feed into each other until one guy has 10 billion in the stat and they destroy the enemy with it. The issue is the Baton Pass. I already barely choose any of those because they're not good enough. That's not the right equation. That's not the right issue. Switching it to that means it's even less fucking useful. Tweak some percentage-based bonuses to be stronger in early game, but less devastating in last game, such as your offensive pattern prediction, your Reveal the Light, or the Exemplar's Deadeye shot. To be frank, Reveal the Light has always been a bit too strong, but it's not Reveal the Light's fault. You are having something feed itself. You are having something feed itself. That's the issue. Even if they reduce this from that to that, then there's no point in that bonus at all. Like, literally just remove the abilities from the game because you don't understand what the problem is. The problem is not the number it does, it's that you use that with something else. That's what the problem is. The issue has never been reveal the light. The issue has been how fast you can scale the navigator's stat. That's what the issue is. You are presuming this, it's not, but let's say we're using this as the equation. You are 1/3ing at best the bonus. That just means it would take a little, like 2 or 3 turns to get it going. You're just slowing the roll. That's not the issue. The issue is the core gameplay of baton passing. Nerfing everyone in the ground just makes every ability garbage. I honestly don't think I'd ever want to play 1.2 or later with the shit I'm reading. What was the incorrect scaling and confident approach? Please tell me. Why do you say that there's a incorrect scaling with confident approach? I don't give a fuck about the scaling and confident approach. Reduce the scaling in it. Do you know why I use confident approach? Guarantees max damage. Reduce the things you're calculating and you will be doing better. You're removing the variability so it's easier to build them up. The other point of confident approach has a negative side that we can quickly overcome with other bonuses. There's not an issue like, oh, there's some incorrect scaling involved. That's not even close to the problem. It's not close to the problem. That's not fucking close to the problem. The strongest thing on confident approach is guaranteeing crits and guaranteeing that you do max damage on the crit. If I do 1 to 10 damage, let's say a 1d10, right? Average in this is 5.5. That is your average damage on a 1d10. This is a very simplistic math. If I guarantee that I roll the highest, I've increased my average damage from 5.5 to 10. That's an increase of 4.5. That's like what, an 83, 84% damage increase on that in that alone. Even if the other scaling is reduced, the ability to roll max on a spread is giving you a percentage-based increase. The whole point of half the abilities in this game is to roll less dice. Every time you roll less things in a game, it is stronger. That is what it does. That's the point. That was the draw of this game. Not understanding how your game is doing its math by attacking a mathematical equation that's tertiary to the real why it's strong isn't doing anything. And also, nerfing confident approach doesn't do much. You were slowing Argenta. We lost Argenta flat out because I got overconfident. You remember? I lost Argenta. Boss fight. It was pretty fucking difficult. Was it though? Was it? It took longer, but we all knew we literally could not die. Remember? I had 2 or 3 characters that were just immune to the enemy. And it wasn't the navigator doing it. It wasn't reveal the light that was doing that. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the problem. Confident approach is not the problem here. Yeah, they did say that. Where was that? You're reading this, but where do they say that? Or is that further down? That's slower. Okay. I read that too. They reduced versatility generation. What? To what? Versatility? Who gives a fuck if it generates? I only need to get to 4. That's it. I've never not once given a fuck about versatility generation other than muscle memory, and it's kind of funny once I hit 4. You have to hit 4, and there's a perk to make it 2. Versatility generation is not the problem with the equation. That's not the problem. That's nowhere near the problem. It's everyone else able to give her buffs. I shoot 33 bullets a fucking tick. 33 bullets. Make them all be 10 damage. I don't give a fuck. 33 bullets at 10 damage is still 330 damage. I got the primary dude's fucking ultimate buff that says, hey, you can't do less than 50% of your damage. So So 33 times 5, that's still 150 fucking damage. That's 150 fucking damage per go. And nothing to do with versatility stacks. Nothing at all to do with that, because that's not the problem. That's just what makes the numbers funny. This is, it's like a PR move. Oh, we don't need the numbers to be that big because everyone's talking about how strong and OP a certain thing is. Here's the thing. All these games are binary. They're binary. This is the issue that you'll get with in like, what's it called? Hearts of Iron. If you have enough penetration to overcome your opponent's armor, then you've done it. Building your army to have more penetration than that is wasting resources you don't need. I only need to do 800 damage. Doing 801 damage or 15 million damage doesn't change anything. You get my point? Like, that's not the problem. The problem is I can easily get to 800. The fact that you can tweak it to get to 15 million is bragging rights. You have to nerf it from 15 million down to like 100 to fix the problem. If you only nerf it to 800, the enemy's still dead. You get what I mean? Like, I'm fucking serious here. If there's one person doing 15 million damage and you have to nerf them so much they only do like 100 damage, one, you've not nerfed them, you've killed them. You've removed 99.99% of all their damage. Might as well not be a class. One, two, no one's gonna play it anymore. It's not gonna feel fun, because that's dumb. That doesn't make any sense. And if you're going off of this idea of, hey, we're gonna nerf the sniper, which is not the strongest thing, but if you're gonna nerf the sniper down, by comparison, everyone else would have to be nerfed further. So you have the same power differential in the classes, right? So if you're gonna nerf the sniper from 15 million down to 150, what are you gonna do? Nerf everyone else down to 1 damage? I bet not. I bet not. Let's get rid of the class. Take every sniper, shoot him in the head. I don't even play sniper. This isn't one of my classes. I'm not even complaining on this out of a sense of how dare you ruin my favorite character. I don't give a fuck. I have one Eldar bitch who snipes occasionally. It's funny when she does it. It doesn't make sense. It's stupid. Yeah. Yeah, we had a boss and Argenta was doing minimal damage. I still just docked him to death. Why? Because I just kept giving Argenta turns. And this was post giving people turns. Do you understand how little that does anything? The 15 million damage is not the problem. That's not the problem. That's someone doing a victory lap. The 801st point of damage is the problem. Everything after that, they're already dead. You don't make them more dead. You don't super more win. So that's how much you'd have to nerf that build into the ground for it to be balanced. Seriously, just ignoring everything else. If the issue here is on any singular character one-shotting a boss by orders of magnitude, how much do you have to nerf them for them to not single-shot the boss? By 90%. If you took any gang, if you took anyone who came out and said, I'm going to nerf X, Y, and Z by over 90%, the players would revolt. But they're gonna be like, oh, we're gonna fix the 15 million. That's not the problem. 15 million is not the problem. That's never been the problem. It's the 801st point of damage that's the problem. Not 802, not 803, not 1,546, not 1,337, not 11,337. It's not any of those. It's not any of those points of damage. And it's certainly shit not the fucking 15 millionth point of damage. That's not the problem. You can't nerf them down to 14,500,000 and have solved the problem. They have to get below the boss enemy's health, and by a significant margin. You can't go, oh, he dropped him to 799. Now he has 1 point of damage left. Who cares? You would have to nerf them so much that they're a much lower percentage of the boss's health. Otherwise, who cares? Even if you nerf a sniper, going off the sniper being the problem here, what they're saying, if you nerf the sniper down to 50% of the opponent's health, so they survive one turn? The only reason why that one turn would make a difference is if the enemy boss is killing your team in one turn. Are your bad guys strong enough to kill my entire team in one turn? If so, your bad guys are overpowered. It's Rogue Trader, the point of which is to be overpowered at the end. That's what you clearly went in with. That was the design decision. It's like the end of Wrath of the Righteous. You get through the difficult parts, the back parts are ridiculously easy. That's kind of the point. You have to have the victory lap in the game. That makes sense. People enjoy that. That's what people like. You cannot nerf 15 million damage down enough for anyone to be happy. And again, point out for anyone coming in late, I don't even play the sniper. That's not my class. I could give two fucks about that class. I hate that fucking class. It's fucking stupid. Nerfing them down from 15 million is not gonna fix anything. It's stupid. Killing Edge was tuned down, being one of the main offenders. Okay, cool. I'll continue to not use the sniper. Because by the way, killing one dude per turn, not good. That's not good. You know what happens if you kill one dude in one turn? Takes more resources to kill more people. The problem is the AoE attacks. It always has been. Who gives a fuck? I have no clue why any dev, I'm being serious here. I try to be nice because, you know, I don't understand what it's like behind the scenes on a bunch of these games, but I'm gonna get in trouble on this one. I don't understand how any dev looked at that 15 million damage and thought that's the problem. I'm being completely serious. That's not a problem. That's never been a problem. There's no way in my mind to be able to confuse that and think that's a problem. That's just not how numbers work. That's not how numbers work. All right, what was the issue with pyromancy? I never used pyromancy. Looking at sanctioned psychers prior to this update. All right, so a sanctioned psycher is a psycher that you created yourself, meaning it was either a mercenary character or your main character. We felt that they were always at a significant disadvantage compared to Idira and her higher psi rating. What? Okay, so people on Chaos routes had an issue with Idira being stupid, okay? We have now made it so that sanctioned psychers can take higher psi rating increasing talents earlier at 4, 14, 24, 34 instead of 10, 20, 30, 40. This will not only reduce the eventual difference in psi rating when compared to unsanctioned psychers, but allow sanctioned psychers to take advanced psychic powers earlier. What? No. I'm very confused right now. What does this have to do with pyromancy? Is it because she's a pyromancer? With these changes, we hope to achieve a certain parity where the sanctioned psychers will still have a somewhat lower psi rating, but will be able to take higher level psychic powers earlier in order to compensate. This hurts my brain. I'm gonna turn my AC on real quick. Give me a sec. I don't know too much about all the psychic shit, but I will point out this. 40 to 34 is a weird way to address this problem. And I'll tell you why. Let's go with 4 to 10. The idea being that you could take a stronger psychic power. How many? Level 4, you can't do it because you had to take this ability. So you have level 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. These are the important levels. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is the difference you've made, right? How many psychic powers can you get in that level? 1? Maybe? 2? I don't actually remember. I could be wrong. So the idea is you get access to that one power a few levels earlier. Here's where that's weird. If the power, or school of magic, in this case, in question, is overtuned, using their words, then getting that earlier makes that person way stronger. if the school of magic they're in is undertuned, using their words, doesn't do anything. I would love to see the math equation where this fixes something. I don't think I've at any point been that worried about psychic rating. Now, admittedly, I'm not a pyromancer. Like, literally, there's an ability, right? Somewhere in this math is an ability they're not talking about. They are doing some political ninjutsu where they don't have to talk about the problem. There is some ability somewhere in that math where taking it earlier, they feel balances something out. Because they mentioned pyromancy, right? So, wait, hold on. Let me read on. This wasn't our only change to Psychers. For a while, we were concerned that the Pyromancer, who was always supposed to be dedicated damage dealer among the Psychers, had a weaker damage potential than a Telepath, and we received a lot of player feedback, and this patch was significantly boosting damage numbers for most of the Pyromancy's psychic powers, starting with Ignite. It'll now deal vastly increased damage, and Pyromancers no longer need to rely on conventional weapons for the first half of the game. Is it that strong? Did that matter? Like, I'm serious. Wasn't Adira a Pyromancer? So they buffed Adira? But they nerfed Adira. We put in a nerf so that you didn't have to use Adira, but then we buffed all of Adira's powers. Does that sound weird to anyone else? So if you make your main character be Adira's class, you can get some spell before Adira does. But Adira can do that spell stronger than you. And because we've now made the spell itself stronger, doing that spell stronger has a greater effect. So Adira's buffed, but you can be a budget Adira sooner. Why? She ain't a pyromancer, she's a telepath. So is this the issue? Was that people would play pyromancer and Adira would do more damage? Because can't they take other schools of magic? Schools of psycherness? Like, I honestly don't understand this. Unsanctioned Psyker gets +1 Psi rating base. That's not that much. Like, that's literally not that much. I've got 2 or 3 abilities on our Sanctic boy that gives them like 3 or 4. They help. I feel like we're like this is some weird argument over a very small part of the equation. Okay. I don't know enough about that part of the game to be able to talk about that one effectively. I don't see what the problem was. And I don't see what the solution is. At the start of the game, it's double Psi rating. Psi rating, like the problem is though, is a lot of their things. So perhaps your ability, let me bring up, let me bring up a calculator, but your abilities at the beginning of the game, you have an ability, but your stronger ability tends to be off of your staff because your staff does an ability at a certain level. So it would be like you do 1+ Psi rating plus 1+ Psi rating damage to 1+ Psi rating times 4 damage. I think that's about the math equation. So in this equation, it's 1+ Psi rating, so it'd be 2 to 4 times that 2 to 8 damage. Whereas equivalent Adira would do 3 to 12? Right? 2 to 8, 3 to 12. So 3 to 12 is a 1d10, 2 to 8 is a 1d7 equivalent. So 1d8's average damage is 3.4, 1d7's 3.5. Yeah? Like, do you get my point? Your average, your spread, I'm reducing the damage and scaling it left. Your spread of damage isn't that big. The issue would be if you can make Adira's math so big that, and then gave her extra turns, going back to White Ribbon tactics. That would be the problem. Because if Adira's slightly stronger than you, and you're giving out turns to whoever's the strongest, you would always choose Adira. Even if you reduce her to being just slightly stronger than you would still give the extra turn to Adira if you had her on your team. You get my problem with, like, unless you nerfed Adira to be weaker than you, in which case you're just making it so you choose you, just don't bring Adira. Like, why would you have two different psychers? You're doing the same job. You shouldn't have two psychers on the team. Right? No, I'm being serious on this one. Like, you only have 6 people and you have to fill certain roles. If you are doing a build/team with Adira, and we weren't needing personnel at the beginning, other than like the very first area. If you have Adira on the team, you have a psyker doing damage. Do you need 2 psychers? Second point, if the issue was people had 2 psychers, that's less people taking equipment away from everyone else anyways. So they would already be stronger than the psychers in the group. Like, I've never had an issue with psychic damage, and that's off the navigator. I don't have a horse in that particular fight. I have less of a horse in that fight than I did about the sniping one. I feel like they did the sniping one wrong. So I'm going to presume they did something wrong here, but I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't know what the issue is. All right, what did you do to the Archmilitant? Corner observations, community service search remains the most effective archetype. It's not the most effective. Half the time, it's the only effective. With the damage potential so high that skill players can stack bonuses from versatility extremely quickly. Again, it's not the real issue. Gaining a significant advantage. We slightly reduced versatility generation scaling from it to put you more in line with the rest of the archetypes. All right, so you got nerfed, okay? In particular, we made changes to Confident Approach, Reckless Rush, and Wildfire. So they didn't do anything to tank. Just an actual thing here. Being completely serious. Do you remember that fight, chat? Do you remember that fight? Argenta is strong in my game, and she's my #1 people, so we all joke, hey, it's a game about Argenta, but do you guys honestly remember the fight 2 streams ago where I got Argenta killed pretty early on? Were we suddenly screwed for the fight? No. It made the fight last longer, but we were in no danger. Ever. One person being so much stronger than the necessary binary to kill the opponent is not the problem. It's that the binary was able to be achieved. In this case, it looks like we don't intend to nerf Archmilitant into the ground. Yes, you do. I'm going to be very. I love you guys. I don't think you're ever going to see my videos or anything. I love you guys. I do. You do some great games, and you do the games that I love. Don't get me wrong. You do games on the rule sets that I love, and I hope you keep making more games. After Kingmaker, Wrath of the Righteous, and now Rogue Trader, I have serious doubts as to your mathematical skills. You guys do games that have so much math going on, and I don't think you have anyone on the team that actually does the math. I think you have someone who comes up with complicated math that looks good individually, but routinely the issue has been across all these games, what happens when your players play together? And I'm serious here. This has been the issue through all 3 games, is what if people made characters that filled a niche and excelled in that niche? And every time there's a character that can excel in a niche, that's the overpowered character. Like, I feel like they keep making all of these characters thinking they're going to do kind of similar things. And the instant anyone specializes a character in any of their games, that character is suddenly overpowered. Because nobody somehow in any of the alphas, betas, or anything else ever said, by the way, what if we specialized? Because I pointed out, the instant we got access to the prestige classes, that they were weaker than all the core classes. And the core classes were the only ones that they did alpha and beta testing on. They were the only ones. Too many psych. Yeah, you don't want too many psychers. You just get more warp effects. I don't know why you'd have the issue. So by nerfing confident approach, presuming you don't actually do the same job. By nerfing confident approach, I don't remember what reckless rush is, and wildfire, they're purely nerfing Argenta. Now, yes, you might have a character of the same build doing the same thing. That's possible. But if you're doing it, then you have no need for Argenta. You know what my point is? Like, maybe you have 2 people doing this, but it's not necessary. So by doing that particular nerf and the way they've said it, they're attacking Argenta again. And again, Argenta's not the problem. It's how many buffs you put on Argenta. If you got rid of Argenta and you had everyone else take those same buffs and put it on another character, that other character still rocks ass because they have all the buffs on them. If you buff, once you have White Raven tactics, you just immediately have everyone throw every buff they have on one character and give that character 3 turns. That's the actual issue. But okay, so Wildfire gave us an extra shot. So you're getting rid of Daka from Argenta. Confident approach. Confident approach has never been the damage dealer as far as I'm aware. We just have to give her enough other bonuses. That's it. That's it. Once you get to 4, you're good. That's the problem here. They'll be a bit more reasonable. To do what? To make me take 2 turns to kill someone? You're attacking equations that don't need to be attacked. Plans for the future. Our work on combat balance is far from over. After this batch of changes. Oh, 1,600 people can't fucking math. After this batch of changes, considering a massive wave of bug fixes, we'd like to spend some time assessing the performance of the updated archetypes, analyzing the feedback. Though we understand that you may end up frustrated losing your archetype power fantasy, which was the point of the game. Many of these changes are necessary for the game to deliver the experience we envision. You have sorely misunderstood math. Let's know what you think. We need to be sure that you're going in the right direction. Later, we tend to go over all the encounters that are either known to be difficulty spikes or feel too easy for their level and tune them accordingly. You can't. You fucking can't. This game has math so fucking convoluted, I can't follow it half the time. And I do math. I can't do the math on the fly half the time, and I do math. There's no way your average player is doing half of this math on the fly. Every one of them is just going online to find the fucking equation. What do I do? This. They're going to, what's that site that has the builds? Oh, I'm forgetting the site. It's the bad site. I'm forgetting the name of the site. There's a site that always has the builds. They're all just going to go there and get the new build. Or some other site to have the new build. If you are trying to balance off the idea that most players don't understand your math, so they go and do the most optimal build to be able to beat your game, and by doing it, it's suddenly too easy, so you make the fight harder. You make the fight harder, people need a build to beat the fight. So they go to the sites to get the build that can beat the fight, thus doing the overpowered build so the fights are too easy. And then the players who don't do this will routinely be having issues on some of the fights that are tuned to the overpowered builds, and then those fights are too hard for them. You can't do it. Yeah, if they showed the actual math, like we have the math sometimes, and I still barely understand it. Confident approach feeds into hyperscaling by increasing your crit chance via ballistic skill. I can get over 100% crit chance without that much confident. Like, that's reduce the damage. I don't care. That's not the source of the damage. Like, I'm going to be serious with you. That's fun and makes it go faster. That's not the source of the damage. It's not. It's not. You want to know how you do that? You know how you do that? You know how you do that? You get Cassia. Cassia inspires. Get rid of every scaling. Get rid of every confident approach scaling thing and just say that, okay, you always crit, but you do 50% less damage. Inspire gives a flat 15 more to damage. That's, even if you have that, that's 7-8 points of damage per bullet. I'm shooting 33 bullets. 8 points of damage on 33 bullets. That's 240 damage. It's more than that. It's off 8 to 30, but so what? 264 damage? That scaling isn't the problem. That is a percentage-based scaling. Going back to the initial problem here, where I said earlier, you have to understand that part of a math equation is the flat numbers and the multipliers. The smaller of these two numbers in your math equation, the more you get out of buffing that number. You can have 10 billion% on Argenta. If you give her a machine gun, her bullets are doing 2 damage. If I nerf 10 billion down to 5 billion, but I'm still able to increase her flat 2 damage to 5, I'm doing more damage. The percentage numbers are so fucking high that lowering them a little bit or half isn't the problem. The problem is when you get to, in my example, the 800th point of damage. The fire rate combined with giving a flat bonus is where her damage is. I swear to God, I want to create a separate save and just do one stream post nerf where if they've converted these percentage damage to flat number damage, because if I still give them to Argenta, I'm gonna laugh when the damage is higher. I will cackle my ass off if all this does is end up increasing the build I'm doing because people were bad at math. The percentage damage is not the problem. Everything is percentage damage, and it is since the beginning. Half of these numbers might lower it. It's not going to change anything. All you're going to do is the people doing 15 million damage are going to be very sad and not play the game anymore. And then the people who are still doing 801 points of damage will go, well, it's still overpowered. You've nerfed Argenta twice. I laughed in your face both times. You fucking majorly nerfed Argenta twice. You more than halved my DPS output on Argenta. What did it do? Where did that bring you? It brought you to round 2. That's all it did. That's all it did. You literally said I couldn't keep giving her multiple turns. That's what you did. You literally said I couldn't keep giving her multiple turns, so you have their DPS. And where did that bring you to? Round 2. Have her damage again. Where does it gonna bring you to? Round 2. Because all the other players are actually still strong. They're just not that strong. If the enemy is still dead by round 2, doesn't matter, does it? Are they dead or are they super dead? It doesn't matter. Maybe you bring it to round 3? My point is, they clearly at the beginning of development had an idea, had a power fantasy that they were selling to Warhammer 40K people, which they sold and they delivered. And now for whatever reason, people are power fantasying so fucking hard, their egos have been hurt. And they're like, no, you can't power fantasy that much. We're gonna nerf this. To do what? To do what? Too many abilities in this game are game-breakingly defined abilities. I just got a backpack for Argenta that said she had no recoil. The biggest divisor to Argenta's damage right now is she fucking misses on single targets. So she's good at AoE. I willingly just got rid of Argenta's AoE to turn her into a machine gun sniper. Do you understand that if she does 33 bullets and before only 8 hit the primary target and now they all hit center line, I just tripled Argenta's DPS. What are you gonna do? 1/3 it? She still goes back to the same amount of damage. Do you get what I'm saying? You are attacking a mathematical equation that's not the problem. The mathematical equation you're attacking on is the hilarity of the bragging rights after the fact. You're just making the game less fun. You're not adding balance. They are so fucking unbelievably powerful if you pay any attention to any of the math that you can't possibly balance it anymore. Just take them out of the game. Just take them out of the fucking game. You can't do it. And apparently I'm not even doing the broken one because I give everything to Argenta. From the sounds of it, every other jackass gives it to a sniper. What are you gonna do? Your math is so bad, you either have sheer fire rate or you have quality of bullet. You're gonna attack the quality of bullet? Fire rate, don't give a fuck. You're gonna attack the fire rate? Quality of bullet, don't give a fuck. At this rate, just give her the guns. Fuck it. You can't. It doesn't make sense. And you're getting rid of like the navigator's go first ability? Okay, dick move. I'm gonna be fucking salty about that. But it doesn't change anything. All you did was make it so I didn't have a guaranteed start. That's all you've done. You got rid of 8 turns of buildup for fucking the Lady Navigator. I'm still gonna have her use that buff on herself. What are you gonna do? You're gonna take her from 22 deflection down to 8? That's still a lot of deflection. Nothing in here even addressed the Sanctic people. By definition, right? By implication, does that mean that Sanctic spells haven't been brought up as overpowered? That wasn't in their top 4 list of things that were overpowered? Are you shitting me? My entire team's invulnerable if I have the Inquisitor on my team. Invulnerable. Lady Navigator makes me immune to all demons and warp damage. Almost flat out fucking immune with 22 damage reduction. Fucking Sanctic Boy McGillicuddy gives me 8 deflection, fucking 25% extra armor, and I heal everyone for 40 damage a round. I have 80 health. Either you are going to one-shot me or you did nothing. How the fuck was Sanctic not in the top 4 list of problems? Who's making bug reports? Who said they were jealous of Adira? Oh, that just occurred to me. Which one of you motherfuckers out there is role-playing as Huey Emmerich and is jealous of Adira? Who? That just occurred to me. Who the fuck said I want an unsanctioned, I want unsanctioned Psyker on my team and I want her to keep causing problems? Even if I was playing a Chaos route, I'd probably get rid of her ass. Who the fuck played Adira and said I'm jelly? What? Because they don't want to harm the support character. Dude, people are so bloody petty with games. Oh my God. Like, kind of half the issue is that there's too many damn characters in the game. Like, it's an actual thing. And I know that sounds like a weird complaint, but we're going to start doing the game now. I know that's a weird thing, but there's so many characters and so many items for so many characters in the game that they overlap a lot. So there's 2 or 3 characters, no matter what your playstyle is or build, that you just don't need or care about in the game. I have lost the Dark Eldar, Jaheira, and Adira. They're not in my save. And I usually try to bring everyone to the end. We didn't kill off fucking Val. I think she was in our team at the end of that game. But we have those 3. We got rid of those 3 people. And I still lose too much time doing gear for the people who are left. You don't need that many characters. They overlap way too fucking much. I can't, I can't believe that occurred to me at the very end. People got jelly over Adira. Holy fuck. Why does Adira do so much damage? Why is Adira on your team? She's a bad character. She's literally has negative turn actions. She has negative actions. Because she can cause bad effects. She can easily, on every ability she does, regardless of how high the warp corruption shit is, cause a warp event, and the warp event can hurt your team. Meaning she, in essence, has a percentage chance per turn she does, per ability she does, of hurting your team for the enemies. She gives the enemy action economy. Why would you ever have her on your team? Even if you're playing Chaos, I don't understand why you'd have her on your team. That seems dumb. Because he got jealous over pixels. I was just kicking her out the airlock. Like, mechanically. Ignoring the fact that she's unsanctioned. Why the fuck would anyone be around her? Ignoring that. Ignoring, like,
ignoring anything about her lore, you know, whether or not you like her, dislike her, whatever, mechanically, why would you use her? Why would you use her? Doesn't make sense. If you want to be a psyker, just be a damn psyker. Just make another character to replace her. By the way, we've got to level up. So in the tune of things be overpowered, let's start leveling up here. After an ally takes an extra turn provided by the character, the ally gains armor, dodge, and movement points until end of combat. Does the extra turn count as the turn where I give people movement? Because I'll just give people an extra move every round for no other reason than to give them extra movement until end of combat. All damage dealt by the character is increased by 3 for every new who gives a fuck? 15 willpower as long as they have no ranged weapons equipped. Don't care. Whenever you apply a debuff, one random enemy also gains that effect. Don't care. Your critical hit chance are increased by 7% of your dodge. Like, that's such a small number. First melee attack each round deals an additional 2 damage for No. Fuck it, we'll just get attention. I like attention. And what is this? Second tier archetype. Okay, so this was the goofy one. I don't really have much in this one. If there are more enemies and allies in frontline, all allies gain garbage. If there are more allies, all allies in that area. That's the issue. Then enemies, all allies in the area gain extra damage. So I'd have to do frontline, 3 plus grand strategist int bonus. So 11 plus 10, 21. They get, okay, who cares? Blurred locus, combat locus, critical zone. Fuck, I forgot which one was which again. I need my list. Rear is not rear. Backline is rear, right? I believe that's what we determined. Rear is... I thought I had a paper where I wrote this down. I lost my paper. Backline is backline. Rear is not rear, I believe. Rear is shooty shoot. Allies in backline. Any stratagem gives them 5% crit chance. Okay, that's not good. Like, I want to point out, they're like, oh, we want to nerf these numbers. The numbers are already low. Like, the numbers are already low. I have 100 in fellowship. And that means I get 5% critical hit chance. That took wicked long into the game to get to that point, and it's worth 5%. Anytime anything in this game says bonus, they mean divide by 10, and then there's another divide by 2. Lower the numbers. Like, these numbers are all already kind of infinitesimally small. It's that you keep adding different ones together. So you multiply a multiplicative. Multiply a multiplier. Multiplicatively. That's where the difference is. If you change it to flat bonus, that just makes the remaining multipliers stronger. Using a stratagem on a frontline area grants allies in that area dodge. Don't care. I already have you. Enemies same combats with you. So don't care. Using stratagem on a rear area makes allies in that area the low priority. Maybe that one. I like that. On a combat tactics area, grants all allies 8 deflection against the next melee hit. 8. That's off my intelligence? Wrong one. Yeah, that's int mod. Okay. We have that one. Rerolls forced by kill zone. Actually, I do like that one. I might just end up grabbing that one because I love penalizing the enemy. Stratagem on a combat tactics area grants... By the way, as a side thing, all the roll penalties and bonuses in this game are like a flat 15 or 25, which are relatively strong. But they think the math that's wrong are the things that are based upon that. But that's only... Like, that one's deflection, so it doesn't seem like it would be on the same scale. But you get my point? Like, they're looking at the wrong equations. Using stratagem to combat gives them the... Okay, what about mobility zone? Legit question. The big tactic right now, correct, is the big tactic that they try to get rid of is I go first, so I tell Abelard to give everyone a turn, everyone gets a turn. So we don't want to have that. But if I have mobility zone, I don't need Abelard to do that anymore. I could just give everyone a turn. Repeatedly. Right? Doesn't matter if they're moving one cell. Is that not them getting a turn and making the other lady stronger? It's not the number that's the problem. It's the ability to cause the number. That's the problem. I forget if that counts as an extra turn. I guarantee you if it doesn't right now, it counted as an extra turn when the game first came out.
First stratagem used in a turn can be used a second time for 0 AP. Every time allies in effective stronghold should have suffered an injury to gain temporary wounds. I thought they already had that, actually. Point of interest. If you don't move it, you gain int bonus and fellowship bonus. Why divide by 2? Every time a combat tactics area is affected by stratagem, all allies gain extra movement the following turn. Actually, before we go further, I might need to use the bathroom after all that. I had coffee before stream, and I think now that I've calmed down a little bit, the coffee has caught up to me. All right, chat. Share, entertain chat for like a minute and a half. All right, I have returned, chat. Where were we? I wonder if strong point would stack with the other one, so it costs 0 and gives you 1. Can you get extra AP per turn? Like, side thing. Can I just get an extra AP if I mix 2 abilities together? Which one of these did I like? First of all, I like that one. Free. Fuck it. We'll grab mobility zone, see if that works. What do we have here? Not good. Nah. Physical damage. Do you do a physical damage? No, you don't. We'll get those. I'm not that worried about it. All right. All right, sniper, no sniping. What are you going to do? Every time she hits someone, she does 3% more damage. As long as you have no ranged weapons. Whenever you apply a... I think she does apply a debuff, doesn't she? I don't remember. 7% of her dodge. Okay.
Dodge reduction is higher than the enemy's dodge. You get 1% damage for everything. Okay. If the character kills the first enemy, the character immediately makes an additional single attack against the closest enemy they can target with the same weapon. This does... Sure. Death Dealer gives her an extra attack. If I'm understanding this, right? Melee attack, don't care. Don't care. Extra AP. Don't care. I need extermination on Argenta. If she doesn't have it already. Like, side thing. There you go. There you go. Reduce the percentages all you want. 33 bullets. Every time I attack, I do 33 more damage. Every attack I do, 33 more damage than the last one. I know that would be, you know, it's one per bullet. Not every bullet hits, but you get my point. You're not attacking the right equations. It's not how any of this works, but okay. That one's broken. Yeah, it is. Also, anything that does region is always useful. See, this would be good if I knew enough to be paying attention to the enemy's deflection or armor. Like, I believe the enemy has 0, but I'm not sure, so. She doesn't have great int. Yeah, Flamer Argenta is the broken build. She's not doing a melee attack. Whenever an enemy fails... Wait, ow, this hurts my soul. Whenever an enemy fails a resistance test against me, they suffer direct damage. But if they succeed, the damage is doubled. So, if I have low willpower, they get more damage? Is that what that says? Hold on. Let me do the thing I was going to do earlier. Go to Stream Elements and change up how the chat works because you guys are in the wrong position. Give me a sec. That seems the opposite of good. No. Don't get me wrong. That is not the opposite of good. That is low in strength bonus. That's what that is, just off a different thing. They have another ability like this, so they have the precedent. It just sounds like, is that what it does? The lower my willpower, the more damage I do. There you go. Set you to Rogue Trader area. It seems not great worded. Because she doesn't have much willpower, and I'm fine with her not having willpower, because that, right now, presumably that would mean I do 12 extra damage. Direct damage. For a willpower resistance test. And I think half my shots cause a willpower test. So that would just be extra damage. I can just slowly increase her ballistic skill by piercing people. The character ignores a bunch of their deflection. Ballistic skill bonus is 8 divided by 2. Ignores 4 deflection. That's also just really good for her. I would need armor penetration, but I don't know what my armor pen is. 20%. I don't have much armor pen, actually. Strangely enough.
Ballistic. Is that just ballistic skill, not ballistic skill bonus? Is this one just ballistic skill, not ballistic skill bonus? So this is I have a 40% chance to over penetrate. If that's what that is, I'll just over penetrate the fuck out of everyone. I don't care. Fuck it, we'll do that. It sounds dumb, which means it's probably going to work. I don't like the line of sight one. Dodge until and dodge if they're at full. Okay. An attack reduces their armor and dodge by 10%. Eh. The Empress suffers a critical hit for one of my allies. Start of the assassin's turn. A new. Okay. So if someone's been critically hit, I have a free opening, but I always cause the opening, so I don't care. Become slowed. I don't remember what Poison Strike is. It reduces the enemy's dodge, though, by 14%. Okay. You can keep doing aim for the opening on the same guy to reduce their dodge and dodge reduction. Okay. But what was that other one? I think I still like the other one better. I think I've forgotten what it was already. That's not good. Agility bonus divided by 2. So just keep increasing by 3% whole damage. When there's no one near them, they gain 10%. Not good. That's not good. Every turn of first use is free. Love that. There's a bonus to dodge reduction. Okay. Now is what? Flawless lunge? Also reduces their dodge. So I get more dodge reduction. They get less dodge. Meaning it's easier to hit them. And this one is it's free. I'll get the free one for now. You. What have I grabbed on you so far? 2 AP during the first turn. Damage. Critical damage increased by 1% whenever you deal. Yeah, by the way. Was fired up addressed? I only need to guarantee the crit for every time I deal damage. She gets like 33. She gets 33 stacks of this like round 1. Okay. I don't think they know what they're attacking when they're trying to attack those math equations. I'm going to keep it real. What was the one I wanted on her? It was something that's like you keep doing crazy things. What was that fucking ability? There you go. We'll just exterminate. There we go. Thank you. Because, you know. The single shots. I don't have much willpower on her. Ba-dee-doo-doo. Don't we get a stack of versatility? I know it's still in turn, but like, don't we get a stack of versatility just for fucking reloading? Melee attack, I don't care. The first single target ability used by an ability on you gives an AP back, which means we could, if we did awaiting orders, then I could give her more buffs, I think, in a round. The resolve is increased by, she doesn't have much fellowship. More critical hit chance, but her stats I don't care about are bad. Each combat. She doesn't get that hurt, so I don't care. Not going to do that. Don't I do devastating attack like half the time to penalize the enemy? So this just gives them more penalty? Okay. This makes these two feed each other. Not by much, but it feeds. Stunned, prone, or blinded. All right, we can just make her tanky too. Area attacks, which is not burst. We've learned area somehow is not burst. But reducing all their dodge by 8 wouldn't be bad. Just make her tankier. I keep wanting to grab flash fire. And who knows, it looks like they're about to nerf that anyways. When you attack targets have their dodge reduced by any of it, don't care. Weapon skill, neato. Doesn't stack though. That one just keeps going. So instead of having to get 12 stacks, I need 9. And then I have a free attack every round. Really not that hard. I like the ability of lowering their armor by 7%. But awaiting orders lets me do out more buffs. And since the point of what we just discussed was how many buffs you give someone, we'll stick with that. I will put my mouth where my money is. All right, other lady who does buffs. What do you have here? Oh, yeah, just 15 free willpower. Makes sense. I don't remember if she gives out any of those. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Well, I mean, maybe. No. No. Wait. So she does the super laser, does 60 points of damage, does 10 extra stacks. And if anyone else then attacks the same person, they would just take 10 extra damage per bullet, meaning Argenta on 33 bullets does 330 extra damage. Do you get my point, chat? Like I'm being serious. They're like, oh, it's the percentage scaling that's bad. It's really bad in game. We're gonna reduce the 12 million to 500,000. I do 60 damage laser and I do a lot more, but let's presume post nerf I only do a 60 damage laser. That's still 10 damage that if someone else attacked them, they do that per attack, and if it's an auto weapon, it's a lot of damage, right? Am I crazy? You're not wrong, but my point is not for now, but post nerf. Is this getting nerfed? Like, you haven't done anything to the math equation. Bringing 15 million down to 500,000 doesn't do anything. If I'm doing the 15 million now and I get this, I just increase it to 30 million. So you bring it, instead of 500,000, you brought it down to 1 million. Woo! It doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work. And the crazy thing is, off of her thing, if she does something to give her an ability like Inspire, right? I get that AP back. So the Inspire's free, right? Right? So I made her make the Navigator spend less AP, saving that action economy resources I was talking about, allowing me to have more of my turn, which I can now spend on the laser, thus buffing her back. The math equation's the action economy. The math equation's the action economy. Say it with me, chow. Chow. Fucking chow.
Say it with me, chat. The math equation is the action economy. The math equation is the action economy. That's the only equation that's causing the problems. Attacking everything else doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. Who cares? I save an AP giving her the buff that I had to give her anyways, freeing me up to now do a laser strike. The laser strike doubles back on her and gives her a buff. Not only did I give her with that one ability, not only have I given her a buff, I've now given her 2 buffs for the price of 0. Ha-ha! It doesn't do anything. Fuck. Also, do they keep these stacks permanently? Fuck. Whenever an enemy fails a resistance test against one of your powers, attacks against them gain 9, 18, 38% more critical hit chance, but it's reset after a critical hit. Ooh. You better lower versatility. That's where the problem is. That resistance test is just me nerfing their toughness into the ground. This wouldn't even work with Argenta. This is off the sniper build, right? But versatility, that's the problem. Oh my God. If I have additional stacks, that means I have more Inspire. If I have more Inspire, I give her bonus. I do just like this, though. 9 more stacks is always useful. So I grab that one, always good. This one's for buffs, and this is based off of her fellowship, which isn't even her willpower. By the way, half of her strength is off of a stat I don't buff. You're nerfing the wrong ability again. Better Inspire. Yeah. It's not even better Inspire all the time. That literally means is that I can almost, with 1 more fellowship, I can almost Inspire 1 extra flat damage per turn. Okay. Spending a turn to give Argenta 1 flat damage per turn, or spending an AP to give her... Okay. All right, tanky boy, what do you got? Last time I got him Flag Bearer, which was an all right one. He has a lot of maximum wounds, so giving him 50 strength. Yeah, that's 49 strength. I say we just give him 49 strength. I don't even think I care about anything else. Just give him 49 strength. Fuck it, right? Fuck it. I don't even care what the other choices are. Just give him 49 strength. Go ahead. He gets a lot of versatility per turn. Ally on you gives an AP back. As long as you killed someone this round, you gain dodge. I don't give a fuck about you getting dodge. 2-handed range weapons within melee range. Oh, that would help with this one. Yeah, close quarters training. There you go. And Abelard the God King. What do you got? He also had the attention, which I've now put on him, but that's because he was doing something else, because this might be getting nerfed in the ground. What does a melee man do? Didn't you have one for, like, getting people to notice you?
Yeah, if I'm your aggro, you do less damage to everyone else. I feel like that's the one I want. Yeah, we'll do full attention because he screams a lot and I make myself aggro. Brace for impact doesn't let you do an attack. That must be like the whole time, right? Oh, have I not even been doing Beacon of Might? Oh my god, he has so many temporary wounds. I've never been doing Beacon of Might the whole time. Yeah, let's make him God. Yeah, let's get him more strength. There we go. Oh yeah, that's right, you get it back. All right.
The Emperor sets my path.
On this one, I need to reread that last one. What was it specifically? The first single target ability used by an ally. So I wouldn't be able to give it to both of them. It's right. Like if he did it, she wouldn't get it that round because of awaiting orders. All right. What am I supposed to be doing right now? Wait for his summons. Finish the hunt before returning to the ships.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
So who do you want me to talk to? Tell me about yourself. Speaks with gods is the name of this humble servant of the forests, rivers, and mountains. When the two-headed eagle god speaks, this servant listens and recounts the words to his tribe, and the tribe carries out his wills. This servant of dreams, nightmares, and reveries can see things that others cannot see, what has transpired and what is yet to be. Your appearance in the heart of the forest and the consequences it bears for Cassia Timur. What happens? The Sky Herald stands at the crossroads. I see all of his choices and see none of them. But his servant knows one thing clearly. The Starborn must go to the Deadlands to destroy the one who should have been long dead. Okay. The sunset rays will paint the heart of the forest crimson if the darkness leaves it, and the two stars will part, then meet again. Crimson, crimson, the fading light can still be saved. Forgive this servant, Sky Herald. The waking dreams are often the most painful. I feel like there's a dark Eldar that I just need to go kill, right? We are the children of the fiery mother and the pale father who look after us by day and guard us by night. The faithful servants of the two-headed eagle god who shield our lands from misfortune with his wings. We are the ungone forest-dwelling children of the earth and the guardians of the temple of Cassia Timur, the first starborn to have ever set foot on the virgin soil of this land. Tell me about Leads Ahead. Leads Ahead is a half-sister of this servant of smoke, fire, and ash. She was the first to emerge from the mother's womb and thus named the next ruler of the tribe. And this servant was the shield to fend off disasters from his ruler. Many years later, when the gift of the eagle god awakened inside the servant, Leads Ahead named her brother the priest of the tribe. You speak weird. Forgive the servants of Cassia Timur for their speech, O Starborn. No matter how much the ancestors tried to pass the language of the gods onto their descendants, the tribes seldom use it. For the gods only descend down from their heavenly palace not more often than once in 3 life dwells. All right. Did it work? The spirits from the darkness brought the fire rain down on Cassia Timur, killing many of the tribes who cared for the forest young and ancient. This blasphemy enraged the guardian spirits, but as soon as this servant of the wind, rain, and sand sued them with the ritual sacrifices and divine sorcery, their wrath gave way to mercy. What the fuck? There's a chaos thing in the middle of the forest or a dark Eldar thing in the middle of the forest. The chaos or dark Eldar thing attacked the Eldar, brought the Eldar down. Other human dude got fucking confused, attacked the Eldar. Eldar weren't the problem. Kind of. I think that's what I'm getting out of this. The spirits from the darkness brought down the fire rain on Cassia Timur, killing many of the tribes who care for the forest young and ancient. This blasphemy enraged the guardian spirits. Okay. Didn't you see this? The dreams come and go, Sky Herald of the faraway stars. Sometimes the servant of the gods can understand the mystical visions of the days old or the future, but even speaks with gods cannot fully comprehend the divine design of the two-headed eagle god. Sometimes I am blind, even when I can say. You know that you're not supposed to be able to do that? Imperium. The servant of the stars, clouds, and eclipses doesn't not know this word. The priest's sorcery is a gift from the two-headed eagle god. How can his gift be condemned by mortals? The absurdity is this old man's words hides nothing but snow-white reverence. He has no intention of offending the Emperor. There's only a golden glow in his heart akin to that of his most faithful followers. You're a good man. Blessed is a life that serves a two-headed eagle god and his sky heralds. How did you survive? The starborn who carries the seal of Quetzal Timir's descendant is strong in both body and will, as befits a god. This servant, like the rest of his entourage, had grown weak on just the 7th night of our journey. But the starborn continued to lead us fearlessly, pressing forward to seek out the spirits from the darkness. He has something going on. He's got that one artifact. I forget what it is, but there's an artifact that turns you alien. It's in the Dark Heresy campaign. I can't remember what the fuck it's called right now, but he's got one. I swear to God, he's got one of those crazy things. This servant of grass, flowers, and trees regrets only the imminent death of the starborn's companion, the one you call the Seneschal. What? This servant of grass, flowers, and trees regrets only the imminent death of, not my Seneschal. He quarreled with the ironclad guardian, and his words enraged the starborn, and thus he slashed the unfortunate man's body up with his axe and threw the remains to the wild animals. A winter scale killed his Seneschal? This servant saw everything with his own 2 eyes. It is not proper, perhaps, for a mere speck of dirt under the heels of a sky herald of the two-headed eagle god, Jesus, to muse upon the deed. However, this servant did sense the entire being the rage that possessed the starborn at that moment. The ironclad guardian reveled in his god's wrath. Ironclad Guardian must mean the Winterscale's arch-militant. Wharton the Grey seemed dangerous to me even on our first meeting, but our time spent wandering through the forest cemented this notion. Okay, so this Wharton the Grey is bad. We must off Wharton the Grey. Something is wrong with Wharton the Grey. The Eldar might be fucking around, but Wharton the Grey is doing some heinous shit. Got it. I don't know where I need to go, though. This just says... Where is Caligos Winterscale? They're not here. Oh, yeah, he is. I have questions to ask of you. One day, you two will grow sick of all the talking, and then you two will choose shooting Xenos on a wild planet over endless intrigue. Fine, we have plenty of time. So be it. I'll give you a private audience. If dear Cora knew how close-knit we had become, she would have surely branded us conspirators. Stop calling me New Blood. Ha! Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. Wait around for a couple of decades, New Blood, and let others get used to you. It's not often that we have a fresh new rogue trader in our circles. I saw the corpse. The old man was a weakling, and that's why he's dead. That's what happens when you can no longer fulfill your duty to your master. Caligos carries himself with an air of indifference, but the sudden furrows on his forehead betrays regret. Many fine warriors have perished on this hunt. Raise a toast to their name when you can. Do you oppose the Lord Inquisitor in Corda? Avoid Kraken may eat them both for all I care. Acting as if their war on heresy in the Expanse is just starting. Ha! I've been living it for decades, and I don't need an inquisitorial preacher, and I certainly don't need Incendious goodwill. Tell me about Quetzal Timir. Your inquiries are curious, to be sure. Quetzal Timir is a planet with a rather dreary backstory. A long time ago, it supplied my great-grandfather with tons of succulent fruits and thousands of cargo containers filled with a special building fiber processed from local forests. The population all lived in large cities a safe distance away from the tangled paths and trees. And then this quiet life was dashed by Xenos raids. They burned down the cities and shackled our people faster than our ships could help. In the end, the local governor ran away, leaving the remaining people at the beast's mercy. And the people in turn fled the big cities and attracted the Xenos. And that is how the forest that held the rabble feared became their salvation. The planet fell into decay. There was no one to populate the cities, and there was no one to extract the resources. Quetzal Timir expected 3 new arcs filled with settlers to arrive from the Imperium. But in 500 years, not one of them has reached the Expanse. Do not turn your gaze to me, Alantak. It was not my kin who desolated this world. How did you survive? The forests of Quetzal Timir are not like the jungles of Kadak and New Blood. The only thing that could kill you here is your own stupidity, or an unfortunate coincidence in the form of a stray Xenos, or a rare predator. Rainwater for breakfast, nutritious larvae for lunch, and fermented fruit in place of wine for supper. One cannot wish for better hunting grounds. You don't have a scratch on you. That means my people are weaklings, and I shall change that soon. As for me, I've been of stout constitution since the day I was born. At first, he shrugs his shoulders indifferently, but after looking closer at his companions, he raises his brows in surprise. It seems he just realized the validity of your words. All right, let's discuss the problem. You care about them that much, new blood? Go ahead, then. Try to convince me that the vile Xenoscum deserve the mercy of Caligos Winterscale. But remember, you only get one chance to try. Ooh. He says I get one chance to try. This requires a skill check. This one doesn't. So I fear this is basically guaranteed to not work. I should have saved before this. I did save before this. My debt could be balanced out by this one. If the game would think that far ahead, which I'm not sure it does. But this requires a check, so I'll do this one. Frankly, your desperation excites me, Strategium. Makes me want to know whether you're driven by foolishness or treachery and cool calculation. While I'm quite curious to see how large a dagger you might stab me with, I shall think on your offer. But that's the only promise you'll get from me. All right, let's go find them. It's about time indeed. It may take a while to find the trail, but one here has a keen eye. The sense of smell can rival any old dog. We'll do just fine, especially the force being on our side now. Let's go and try not to fall far behind. Something tells me that he's not the guy that, like... I feel like he's lawful, but he's, like, gone insane with chaos. I think he has the weird thing in him. I think he has the implant from the Dark Heresy games. Because that one makes you, like, immortal and survive fucking anything, but it slowly turns you crazy. Most of them do. Most of them turn you crazy.
Let us not dawdle.
Hello? Are you here?
I better myself through my service.
This makes sense. Resonance grenade. Deals 2 times their deflection plus their armor divided by 2 direct damage. Damn. Okay. Gotta find a way to get more of those grenades. That's a grenade I would love to just yeet. Yeah, tank buster grenade for sure. Oh, you're immortal. Suck it. All right, hold on. We have areas over here. Anything to find? All right, where are you? A stately Eldari warrior steps forward, calmly looking at the intruders. His armaments and adornments gleam in the sun despite the trace of dried mud and caked blood. The Fasci has instructed me to send you away, Monkai. However, I recently stopped meekly heeding their counsel, and besides, there is my sister among you. I am curious what the outcast's message is. Oh, is this crazy man's again? Vain rhetoric, a masterful display. Your temper, brother mine, you ought to quell. Bravado has no place within this play. Indeed, the merchants prove this all too well. This actor excellent who did alight upon the stage, now will this piece complete by choosing a finale, apposite, who shall survive and who their doom shall meet. Heavily tracks your face. Oh yeah, he does kind of like me. I do not know about you, Strategium, but these Xenos bastards are giving me the creeps. This one in the dappled motley. I want to kill him right now. Warden the Grey bares his teeth in anticipation, clutches the hilt of his sword. All right, examine their camp. They made their camp among the ruins of an ancient city of the Imperium. Only the aliens' growths of xenotech and the wreckage of the Eldari ship to serve the picture. Makes sense. Despite the demonstrative ease, most Xenos are pushing themselves to their limit. They are exhausted, nervous, and frightened, even if they hide it well. This may have eluded your companions, but it has not eluded you. Nocturne, what are you doing here? Civil to say, but he does kind of like you. Yep. With embers glowing, cupped in my 2 hands, I bear them through the deluge to the hearth. Oh no! I'm dumb. I'm barely dumb. Come on. Okay. A tapestry complex is peace, and one that many threads demand for warp and weft. For this design 3 wills together spun. Its greed will sate in the hands of weaver deft. With gruesome scars of past distrust bewailed, with compact subtle gaze shall now be veiled. Playing with your prey like a cat? Fine, new blood, you're still young. Just remember that patience is not my strongest suit. After everything the Lantec has done for my people, I'm willing to answer these questions, but you better not make any sudden moves, Mon-Kai. We did not attack this world, Elantak. The last of Cruderok's children assembled once more to scour the master of flesh, Tervantius, from the mystery of the memory of the universe, the homunculus who abducted and tortured the Farseers from our craft world. We learned that he is hiding in this world, but something prevents our Farseers from discovering his lair, so we are forced to act decisively. The Kimura master of flesh is here? We must destroy him. That is what we're here for, outcast. Stretch out your hand, grasp the spear of vengeance together with us, and plunge it into the dark heart of the architect of our Normant. I killed him with my own hands, and you believed a flesh sculptor was so easy to get rid of. The minds of Mon-Kai are dull and undiscerning indeed. Purging an entire world decisive? Our Farsayers, those whom we managed to save, could not name the exact location of the flesh sculptor. Even after our ships had circled the world for the 3rd time, something prevented them from seeing the truth. Something powerful. We knew your patrols would soon discover our presence, and so we decided to do something else. To exterminate the homunculus alongside the world he had chosen as his refuge. So you did do it. You guys are dumb. The Mon-Kai are flooding the galaxy at the speed of a meteor shower, and this world will repopulate eventually. Is a single word not worth eliminating a powerful enemy who threatens hundreds of such worlds, both yours and those of my kin? How about we wring the necks of the puny vermin, 8 Veta? And you still deem him worthy of conversation? You still think they're worth saving? I never doubted the Elantec. To you, the deeds of my kin may appear cruel or even criminal, but spending enough time among the Mon-Kai granted me clarity of vision. Sometimes you treat your own kind even worse in pursuit of baser goals or personal gain. The homunculus is a threat to both our species, Elantec. You know well what his dark heart and perverted mind are capable of. Tervantius must be destroyed, and my kinsman took the role of the vengeful blade. We can just go find him? Now I'm suddenly heretical? What the fuck? You're not depriving others out of their vengeance. Where do you think you're different? How dare you compare a dragon to a lizard, starlight to the dim glow of a guttering candle? Make no mistake about your inferior species. A single child of a Syrian is worth 1,000 of your kind. Tell me, where is he? Not say a word and let you lest my kin depart. Lay down your weapons and I'll judge you fairly. You're getting out of line, Strategium. Ketsa Timur is my world and my domain, and I've already passed sentence on the Xenos bastards. We're not looking for your justice, Mon-Kai. We're yearning for retribution. Examine the camp? Oh, that just brings me back here. Is there no avoiding this confrontation? We were reluctant to shed blood on the ground to begin with, but your companion decided otherwise. He shot down our vessels, chased us into the woods, harried and hounded the survivors. And I will finish what I started. However, should you turn back and leave the camp and then not impede our departure, I swear not a single Mon-Kai will come to harm on this planet in any of your worlds. I don't believe a single word, Xenos. All right, Caligos.
Perhaps I could pay you? We lost the treasures of Cruderrock, but the memory of the Farseers holds knowledge, the value of which is difficult to describe in the Monkai's primitive tongue. This helps to avoid bloodshed here as well as later. I'm willing to make an agreement. Hey! That's because I've been kind of nice to them. I exact the compensation in blood, Strategium. You would be wise to remember that. But the weird thing is I've somehow lost Dogmatic. I don't want to do this, but I can't do the other rate, and I don't know what the fuck's going on here. I definitely don't want to do Chaos. So don't kill the fucking Eldari, because I'm not allowed to find a Dogmatic solution here. I had Dogmatic for a second, and it's just gone now. I could just do nothing and attack Caligos. I'm fucking confused here. Attacking Caligos on his planet is neither Dogmatic nor is it Iconoclast. Telling Caligos he's not allowed to kill the Eldari because I have a working reputation with them, even though it's purely a business thing, is not Dogmatic but Iconoclast. It's also not neutral, which is the weird thing, because I now have 2 or 3 business propositions / alliances, which is a purely bureaucratical thing, which would theoretically be Dogmatic, but it's not. I don't want to kill him, so I'll try. What? Why? We no longer see profit from it. You and the Xenos can help one another. Your only desire is to kill. Stop tugging at my conscience. You sound like vile Incendia from my nightmares made flesh to ruin the mood. Throne take you and all the misfortunes in the galaxy with it. I must confess, all this dismal talk gave me a migraine, made my old wounds ache. So you want to save these Xenos? Suit yourself. By my grace, I entrust you to the lives of the enemies of humanity. Have fun. We'll be heading back now. What kind of hunting is it when the prey doesn't even struggle? I'm disappointed. Don't you think I'm going to forget about your words and promises? We will get back to it later. All right, I spared you assholes somehow at the exchange of Dogmatic points. I fucking hate you. I know how difficult it is to go against the will of your kin, and yet I cannot hide my joy that we both lived through this moment and came up with a tale to tell. After all the suffering that the Monkai inflicted upon the children of Cruderrock, after all the punishment we've inflicted upon this world, my heart remains troubled, knowing that we have tempered our grudges for a while and have parted without a fight today. However, I dare not complain, for my kin, the hour of triumph, has arrived at last. Once the master of flesh... Where is he?
Kill blood sacrifice.
Where is he? Kill blood sacrifice. Just tell me where the bad guy... This is the thing. Why is it not Dogmatic to find the bad guy and kill him? Why was it Iconoclast to be like, where is bad guy? They know where bad guy is. It's almost like Dogmatic isn't allowed to think. What are you talking about? I'm not gonna... What came from distant stars? Outcast early. I have some good news for you. Our Farseer has managed to contact the children of the craft world Alatok, and soon your fellow outcasts will visit a part of the galaxy called the Expanse by the Monkai. They'll take us away and give us a new home, and... Is that what I hear in the path the warrior wishes to tell me? Were these words meant to comfort my heart? Oh, Assyrian, your children once again seek to appease their pride by sending their kin to the Monkai worlds for slaughter. The Farseer mistakes doomed Cruderrock, Sharankai. And their excessive cruelty and thirst for vengeance almost ruined those of us who managed to survive against all odds inside the void between the alien stars. You know it just as well as I do, but you keep doing their bidding. Oh, Sharankai, you could take the Webway Gate and go away from the dangers and tribulations of the Expanse. You've chosen to stay here instead. You are dying. You are feuding with the Monkai. Have the children of Assyrian spilt not enough blood? Have been losing our home not enough? Why do you wish to expose even more of your kin to mortal peril? Their senses don't make sense to me, chat. Also, hello, Hellfire Skyrim. How goes?
It is too late to change anything. The deed is done. The will is honored. The outcasts from Alaytok will come to the local stars, and we will leave alongside them. I'm not signing for yet another war. Convince them to relent. It will take the warriors of Alaytok many years to discover the Webway Gate capable of bringing their strike force into the expanse. Perhaps you will be too old by then, and on your deathbed you will hear the tidings of the children of Assyrian coming to exact their vengeance. Worry not, Alantak. It is my turn to rescue you and your people. How? Like a forgotten shadow, Solitaire steps into the light and leans forward with interest, a spectator watching the culmination of a performance. During my exile, I met many companions who temporarily joined me in my endless travels. One such companion was a fellow outcast who had already completed many paths. It was he who told me about the ritual of unity, an exciting opportunity for one spirit to reach out and touch the infinity circuit of the craft world familiar to the Farseers who perform it. Sharon Kai said that Krudarok Fireseers have already contacted Alaytok. This means I can too. Has the darkness of space driven you mad during the exile, sister? Not even the ones walking the path of the seer, with all their power, risk joining the souls of the ancestors inside the circuit. They are wise and know that the ritual is perilous for the souls. Your chances of success are simply negligible. You would die before you achieved anything, and even if you would not, ask yourself fairly, why should the ancestors listen to a simple outcast? Like you said, Alaytek is a world of my fellow outcasts. They're not going to hurt me on purpose, and this is giving wings to my hope. Look me in the eye, Sharon Kai. Do you wish to end the suffering of our kinsmen? I can see the reply in your heart. You must accept it and help me. You don't owe them anything. I know that my kin are to blame for their own troubles, but what I have been fighting for my entire life is teetering on the brink of the abyss right now. Do you see? I must talk to the ancestors from the circuit, such as the path of the outcast. Unless the warriors of Alaytok arrive in this part of the galaxy, the sons and daughters of Krudarok are going to perish among the worlds of the Monkai. Is this the fate you wish for us? We will have to find another way. I understand it is not easy for those who have lived all their lives sheltered within the craft world to accept that sometimes life leads us down different paths, but the path that you and the Farseer have chosen only leads to more pain. Okay. We're getting off track. Where is the Dark Eldar? I don't care about... Okay, Ilriat's going to do a sacrificial play for something generations from now. I kind of don't care. Where is the Dark Eldar? Who gives a fuck about you? We're just going to kill all the Eldar later anyways. Where's the Dark One? Ah! And I do appreciate it, Lantak. I did everything I could, Sharon Kai. You know what you should do. Lunar Tick, what is that? I don't want to scan that. Lunar Tick, say something else like now, or I'm going to presume that you've been taken over by a virus/bot or something. Okay. You have to understand that the way you posted that made it sound like something hacked your account, right? I just want to be, I want to be clear on this. Do you understand that the way you posted that made it seem like you had been taken over by a bot? Okay. Don't do that on other channels. The Saltator does not intervene, but wants to see how the curtain falls. May Assyrian forgive his children. Fetch the Farseers, tell them the outcast wishes to perform the ritual. We'll wait for them here. A QR code emote. That's strange. Why are you screaming at me? I didn't do anything. The right has gone wrong. Stopping it is usually never good. Helping is not good. Wait and observe? What have you done? The rite of bonding is dangerous, and the outcast knew the price. I don't know what she sees, hears, and feels. There's one truth. Her soul is impure, and the Alatok ancestors will notice this. Most likely, she'll go through the rite of rebirth or perish. What is happening? You just said the same thing. Did this mean I was supposed to have done something at some point? What is the rite of rebirth? Why is this not highlighted? I'm literally Googling rite of rebirth. I don't know what that means. They should have given me an option to ask what the fuck the rite of rebirth means. What is right? I don't know what that word means. What is this, rogue trader? What does rite of rebirth mean? What does rite of rebirth mean? It sounds like she's either going to die or reincarnate. So that's not good, right? No? What is a rite of rebirth? That's going to be a lot of stuff I'm going to have to go back and read. The problem is the only thing I'm seeing on this is mentioning it as part of the path line for her romance guide, which I'm not trying to romance her. What is a rite of rebirth? What does it do? Fuck, now I gotta read an entire guide. Like, I just wanted to know what the fuck they were talking about. Everyone's telling me how to romance her. I'm not trying to romance her. I'm trying to figure out what that does. The fuck is a rite of rebirth? What are the options? I'm probably going to have to reload. I chose the wrong thing, didn't I? All right, if you choose. Let me see what the options are. Outcast duty, don't care. What does this actually do? I don't care about fighting people. Don't care about fighting people. All right. Apparently, there's a bunch of bugs involving this quest, too, so who knows if I'm even doing the right thing. In the new area of a ruined building right in front of you, don't use a canner. Actually can be looted from the outside. I don't think there's a bug, so try that first. There's nothing else in here besides the loot. Head up to certain trigger.
Remember him? He's the one that, passing these will do nothing. To pass all 3 after many reloads, and none of those stop the fight. Can't manage to stop. So, by the way, doing anything, okay, that's great. Follow there and fight them all. Of course, following their heretical path is much more difficult, okay. Let us fight. As you try to fight them, it will stop you, given as a part of her quest to find them. Here you given her a choice. Either stand by her side or against you. I personally chose the first lie I like it. Didn't want to kill you, and you know it. You sacrificed everything. But remember to note about if she happens to hit the enemy, reload your file. Okay, so you're supposed to know that if you went the dogmatic route, Yoriet would stop you. So the dogmatic route was just for dogmatic points. Fuck you. Cool. Fight. I don't give a fuck. There's a new type of enemy moving around here. I'm pretty sure my game was bugged. They were called players. They were invisible. Now Nocturne, this guy sucks. No, I'm not fighting Nocturne. Didn't do any of that. I don't care about the fight. Take the southern exit. They're just talking about how to get to the guy. Don't care. Don't care. This person didn't list anything. What the fuck was the options? Mother. You know, in a game that has blue links and things that give you information, the fact that it didn't is genuinely kind of annoying.
I always keep my options open.
Whatever. We'll see if I did wrong. There you are. Like, if I had let her finish, what would the rite of rebirth have been? Does that mean that she dies and is reborn?
Backup plan.
So what, she just didn't walk this weird path?
Always keep your eye on the prize.
So now I'm in the land of the Infinity Circuit? So yeah, everyone here is like, yeah, you done fucked it. Oh, so it's her again. Stop! This is the very heart of my world. Too fragile for you to touch. You cannot come here. You should not even be here. So do all souls look like this? An inner world is just a reflection of how we see our soul. Everyone shapes it differently and each one is unique. So I'm in her soul? It's a contrast to mine. We should not compare our worlds. Mine is a blossoming garden that I've tended and cherished for years. Yours is young and ungrateful, as it should be. All right, I have no other options, so moving on. Oh, what have I done? I'm still connected to the souls of my ancestors. It's dangerous for you to be here. Leave. I don't even know how to get out of here. Your body's still holding on. My brother will endure a long attack, my body. Feel a strange prickling sensation starting from the tips of your ears all the way to your toes. Wave of warmth and calm crushes over you. Giant and inescapable with the sense of someone watching you. As if thousands of eyes are trained at you at the same time. You don't belong here. You should not be here. Kai Morag, they're already here. Run away now. Who? What? I swear to God, anything that gets remotely close to any of your companions never makes sense. Like, no one ever talks. Them did the stuff at the place. Ooh. The only one that made sense, and it still didn't, was Argenta. Probably because they didn't have a fucking romance for her. So she just goes, oh yeah, by the way, I did it. And that's it. It was the whole story. What? So now I'm over here? The crew to Rock Eldari, shocked by your sudden return from the depths of another's world, approached slowly, observing you and Yoriet, who just awoke. Are you all right? Yes, I see. You are unharmed. Your spirit stone. Oh, merciful Isha. What about her chest? I don't understand. Why would a Lighthawk Souls do something like this? What? Oh, this is your punishment, outcast, for your betrayal of your own kind. What? My ancestors from Malaytok beheld the wounds inflicted on my soul during the search for Krudarok and the Drukari's torture. The wounds that did not heal for many weeks while I was unable to meditate and immerse myself in my world. And they decided to help me, to heal me, patch me up, mend me. But you, Strategium, they also thought that you were one of the wounds bleeding inside my soul. So I was supposed to just let her go. It seems that you became part of the rite when you drew too close. That's why I did not sense you straight away and why you could not leave. You became imprisoned in my world, and when the souls of my ancestors targeted you to rid my world of everything that did not belong there, You saved me.
Yeah, straight up post it. What the fuck were they even talking about? Because all of a sudden they started mentioning words with no context of what it was or what was going on. So I thought, were they trying to kill her? Straight up, I'll reload. What is it I chose? Like 100% just tell me the blah, blah, blah storyline. What is, I'll fucking reload. I was just like, hey, I still need the Eldar to intercede with the Eldar for me. What is the difference here? If you choose to complete the ritual, you'll quickly realize that while she does not perish, she loses all her memories. I hate when that happens in the story. This gives the awkward interaction of howling is called Monkai all over again. This will drastically impact your romantic options, as certain key mention moments will be stated that memories are slowly returning, but I'm sure if this is the case. This is technically the correct path you chose. All right. Does this interrupt me romancing Argenta? Because that's the one I want to romance. Like, it sounds like I interrupted a romantic option, which I'm fine with, kind of, if I chose the other one. Like, yeah, sorry, Cassia. Is this one of those games where you only romance whoever's the most down the path? I don't think it is. Okay. We'll go with what we've done. I'm thoroughly confused, but okay. We'll stick with this then. They would have healed my soul and made you disappear, but I did not want that. I will decide for myself when to walk side by side with you and when our ways will part. The freedom to choose, even if it's dangerous and wrong, that's my path. That's what I live and fight for. And you're fine on both. All right, sweet. I told you that everything comes at a price, Outcast. You have shielded Monkai from danger with your soul and ended up coming under the attack of our ancestors. Sharinkai sorrowfully shakes his head. At least you survived the right. Tell me, were your words heard? I've been hoping to find understanding among the ones who are sharing my path. But even the ancestors from Alightok, despite all their wisdom and flexible thinking, could not reject their hatred of Monkai, who doomed thousands of innocent souls of the children of Assyrian. I tried to appeal to the light in their souls, but all my arguments broke on the rocks that are intransigence like waves of sea foam. You have chosen this way. Not only have you invited trouble to Cruderok, you've also condemned our kinsmen on Alightok. You have repeated mistakes over and over again, guided by fear, stupidity, or pride. And even after you lost everything, after you've lost home, you keep following the same thorny path, unwilling to change. No, I've had enough. My duty as an outcast is fulfilled. From now on, your fate lies in your hand. You still hope to find Homunculus? The Farseers cannot divine where the Master of Flesh makes his lair, for an unknown force is hiding him from the penetrating gaze of the wise ones. The children of the Assyrian have never encountered anything like this before. Having circled the world several times and having failed in our search, we ventured to unleash the pent-up fury on the planet in hopes we would be graced with our fortunate accident. Why is she talking, not him? I feel like it's the wrong person talking. Alas, the fate of the Master of Flesh remains unchanged. The Farseers could feel the beating of his black heart, but were powerless to do anything. That's when our rangers began to deduce the coordinates of his lair based on the readings of the wise ones and the lands untouched by the fired weapons. And they would have succeeded if the Monkai had not attacked our fleet. Okay. I will share the information I've gathered, for I hope that even a Master of Flesh will not be able to elude two pursuers at once. Sharinkai signals his words and they start to gather. Our ways part here, Outcast. Avoiding Yurli as best they can, the Eldari scatter across the meadow and disappear into the shadows of the forest. She watches him leave, her fists clenched so hard that her knuckles have turned white. So ended the path of the outcast. Okay. All right, chat. In this case, keep walking me through it. What the fuck are they? What are they talking about? Is ending the path of the outcast important? They haven't addressed this. Like, okay, maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe I just don't know about Eldari lore. Okay, I thought it was the Tau that had specific, like, race jobs, right? Like the fire cast, the earth cast, the air cast. I kind of understand so far. She is a scout, right? All the Eldari, they live on the craft world and they do the craft world things. Some of the Farseers, some aren't, whatever. By being an outcast, she willingly leaves the ship, but then the other people shit on her because they're fucking dumb. So she's a scout. She's been scouting for a while. While out scouting, Crew to Walk went because they were dumb. So she's now been trying to find the answers. And the last thing she just tried to do was go, hey, you guys are walking into a trap. Stop walking into a trap. You guys are dumb. And then I said, hey, don't kill her. And then they tried to kill me. So she stopped them killing me while telling them to not walk into a trap because they are dumb. So now she's like, I'm no longer a scout. Right? But she doesn't have a ship to go back to. So she doesn't have another job. Like, this is why I'm confused. Like, I get the idea of she's giving up the rules in her old way of life, but what? What are they talking about right now? I feel like maybe right now it would be a whole bunch of knowledge Xenos checks that should be popping up explaining what she's saying, and maybe I'm failing every single knowledge Xenos check because nothing is popping up. I don't know what they're talking about. I'm very confused. Eldar, they also do jobs. Her new path is the path of the elf waifu. Okay, so if her new path is the path of the elf waifu, if this is on the romantic path or something, presumably a better ending, what of these three things does that? Are these choices important? I'm guessing abandoning her in the forest is the bad option. I'm guessing that is the bad option. So instead of trying to figure out what these mean, presumably what I should be doing is trying to understand the Uriat romance quest, right? Is that what we're understanding? That while I'm trying to apply logic, I can't apply logic because really I'm in the middle of a romance quest. So logic be fucking damned, right? So we're gonna find a new spirit stone. Yes, is that what we want? We want to stick with her? I'm trying to find it, but it's gonna take too long. If only it were that easy, Alontak. One must know how to bond an empty spirit stone with the soul, intertwine it with one's inner world, and be able to contain it. Only the Farseer casts are capable of such a feat, but now my kin have turned their backs on me, and not for the first time. So what path is she on now? Like, I know you joked the elf waifu, but what the hell path is she on now? Like, from their perspective. If she's like, I'm no longer an outcast, what the hell is she? Let's go, Alontak. Let us leave this graveyard of doubts, unfulfilled hopes, and newfound fears. Where is the Dark Eldar? Your first job as elf waifu is to tell me where the thing is I can murder. Holy fuck, I now need to make up for 20 dogmatic points. You know, Stanzo, I miss the times when fire cultivators were only used in the working for the fields. Back then I thought, by the throne, damn that forest. Can't take your eyes off it for a tick or else it'd mess with production. But nowadays, damn forest is the only thing that can fin people. Who would have guessed? And we, the Silvarius, are the only ones who can pass through it. If we have our fire cultivator intact, that is. I did hear, though, that one of the astropaths managed to lead a group of 50 people through the brush. But nobody has heard from them since. The enemies of humanity got them, didn't they? Come meet us halfway. I'm leading a new group, and the promethium in my cultivator is running out. Okay.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
I'm just going to choose get left in the dust because anytime any of these plots gets remotely close to someone's romantic subplot, it stops making sense. None of this ever makes sense. A Sween Colleen? What is a Sween Colleen? You're a sniper rifle. Okay, you are a named sniper rifle with a decent amount of damage. Hold on.
Can we compare this to you? Thank you. No, I have to do it like this. All right, Sween Colleen compared to her long rifle is less pin, but double damage. Okay, I'm following double damage sniper rifle. Love it. Slightly less armor pin, kind of blows. Slightly less dodge reduction, but additional hit chance. Love it. One rate of fire, slightly less range, but that extra range might have been because of an ability that I have on. And I think this had a special ability at the bottom. When it hits, the opponent must do a toughness test or become blinded. Which, if I remember correctly, I haven't been grabbing them, but I can have abilities that says when people are blinded, snipers get better bonus. So the whole point of this is a sniper rifle for sniper people called the Sween Clean. Okay. And this would be the new armor, presumably for her, where she'd now be wearing Eldari Farseer mesh as opposed to her armor of despair. Right now, 50 armor, 75 dodge. All enemies permanently have a -10 to weapon and ballistic skill. Very useful. The new one is she has more armor, but she's critted 20% less time. I like the gun. I don't think I like the armor. Though the armor does look probably better. A map-wide debuff would be superior, right? Like, all right, where's Sween Clean? That does look pretty cool, though. I don't know what that is, but it looks a lot better. Still don't know what you actually are. Yeah, the range came back up. Oh, even dodge reduction went back up. Okay, so that comparison was mostly because she had one equipped. Is that what we're comparing this to now? So if you compare it back the other way, it's still 5% better. It's got the 3 extra dodge reduction. It's still got the double damage. It's got the increased range. It's got the same ammo, same rate of fire. It has all the other things. I don't even think this one had the special bonus. It doesn't. So that's good. Love that. The only thing we're missing out on the old Eldari long rifle was 5% more armor pin, which kind of sucks, but oh well. Oh, this is what she looks like now, which looks pretty neat. The Eldari Farseer armor just kind of looks like better, more sensible sniper armor, but that one just gives everyone in combat a penalty. I don't know why it wouldn't do that. This one is, if her willpower, which she's not, is sniper supposed to have willpower? I would say if I had the willpower, that would be good. A 75% armor would be good, but I don't have the willpower for that. So, oh well. Just don't get hit, right? Boob plate. It's not boob plate, they're Eldari, you know, so it's some Eldari word for it. Titty plate. All right, Nocturne, what are you doing? Can I talk to you? Nocturne wanted to see that, but I don't know why. I feel like there's supposed to be an entire plot line with him. So what am I doing? Locate the hideout. Taking a ship along a parallel around the southern hemisphere. So we already know where to go, kind of? I have to return. Is that the idea? I have to return to my ship? Apparently we know where to go. No other maps. Hold on. 2 doors? To my shuttle or to the forest? Let's go to my shuttle. Since we have to go somewhere else. Void Ship Bridge, Xeno Shelter. Okay. So now the maps are just being less maze-like and we can just leave.
Is there money to be made?
I don't know. I'm just trying to find someone to kill. I'm trying to find someone to kill and everyone's like, hey, are you down the fuck? I mean, I don't know. Can I wait till after the killing? I still haven't gotten a fight with Argenta's new sniper Gatling gun. Can I Gatling snipe, please? Please, game. I still don't know why it was a dogmatic solution to try to kill her people. When dogmatic does not mean kill Xenos immediately on first sight. Even the fucking blueberry works with the Eldar. We have routinely worked with the alien Xenos shit when dealing with worse alien Xenos shit. It is absolutely dogmatic to work with them, if nothing else, than at least temporary, while striving to remove a worse Xenos threat. The idea that there's Dark Eldar around here causing active problems for everyone in the region, and it's dogmatic to kill people before they can tell me where he is insane. That is insane.
Lord Captain,
Beg my leave.
I have.
Dogmatic could be argued to be evil, either lawful neutral or lawful evil. It could. Like, I'm not even going to argue, like, oh, okay, fine. You know, you want to be like, oh, dogmatic's evil? Fine. Whatever. But it's not lawful stupid. Like, no. I'm believing I'm going to have to bring her for this. No, I don't have to bring her. Very weird. If she's not necessary for this, I don't think I need her. I think I'd rather Heinrich's. Because Dark Eldar, he doesn't do much warp shit, does he? He does toxin shit. Other than the buffs... Oh, no, because he has deflection to everything. Should I leave Ulfar out of this? Ulfar was highly resistant to toxins in the last fight. Dogmatic is Imperium Grimdark Reinforcement. Yeah! Grimdark, not Grimderp. Like, no, that's stupid. We'll go with it as is. Just because I feel like she has more plot to do on this. I should have gotten rid of the damn Space Marine. That's what it is. It literally is Grimderp, though. But no, it's the Imperium. They do Grimderp things, but their stated alignment and stuff is not Grimderp. It's for the greater good. The greater good,
Always
not
keep your eye
the
on the
local
prize.
good. The greater good would be to let her live, at least temporarily, then kill the really bad guy, and then turn around and go, by the way, I got to kill you too, because you still did bad.
I'll learn from this mistake.
You know what I mean? Like, that's not even a problem.
It's just a temporary setback.
Are these even working? 45, 74, 73, 78,
I won't let it define me.
61,
Failure is just a temporary setback.
63.
Just as
I'm about to say, you know, for essentially a 50-50, this is not going my way. I gotta start upping my tech use tests. We need to start bringing tech boy back. We have too many damn people.
It's not dawdle.
The best Grimdark being when the setting makes the Grimdark the only sensible and realistic choice, such as how they handle technology. Yeah.
Keep your wits about.
I feel my age when fighting alongside such young warriors.
Who?
Indeed.
Who are the
While I
young
have my
warriors?
navigator skills to call upon, you are, statistically speaking, far more likely to perish in battle. Oh, I mean, that came out wrong.
Oh, he's calling her young, and then she called him old. Nice on that spot.
I always
Oh God, we're gonna have
The art
problems.
of exploring.
Door.
Let us see what I found.
Duty prevails.
That was
Is
close.
there money to be made?
I'm just gonna save now real quick. The culture of the AdMech is influenced heavily by the dark age of technology and horse. No, the culture of the AdMech is influenced by programmers. Get anyone in the army or military, get anyone who has to use advanced weaponry that is not common use, and you will find real life stories of AdMech fucking rituals. Okay, in Patriot, right? Hold on.
hold on. Where is fucking, no, not that. That maybe? Didn't I used to have a thing to bring up just for this occasion? Not that. Not that. I thought I had a thing to bring up paint. All right. Hold on. Oh, yes. Patriot fucking magic. There is a term called PFM, or Patriot fucking magic. I'm going to... You're a display capture. I'm getting rid of you. Get rid of display capture. Put in a window capture. Window capture will be listed to... Why not paint? Why I no see paint? Window capture. Properties. Paint. There we go. All right, I'm gonna give everyone a goofy little. I'm gonna tell you all. There we go. I'm gonna be slightly above it. You can see the fading in the green screen, but whatever. You can drag it over here, so not really have a problem. All right. So real quick. Stupid fucking examples of Patriot fucking magic. Here's two very important things. All right, just so everyone's aware. Give me the circle. All right. You got the generator, the EPP. It makes the power. You got the fucking radar. You got the truck. You got the AMG, the antenna mast group, right? You go, boop. Power plant connects to the truck. Power plant connects to the radar. Truck connects to the radar to do data. Truck connects to the AMG to talk to someone else doing this. This is just where like the trucks are, and then there's a bunch of launchers somewhere fucking else, right? This kind of makes sense. Inside the truck, hold on, new, don't save. Inside the truck, in the middle, right? You go into the fucking van, you go down the central hallway. You got a seat on the left, you got a seat on the right, you got a little table with a printer on it in the middle. Below the printer, you have a box of power switches. And they're like, okay, switch 1, switch 2, switch 3. They're like the core switches. Then the switches to talk to the AMG, the switches that turn on the computer, the switches that turn on your computer screens, the switches that turn on the air conditioning, the switches that turn on, like, you have all these little fucking switches everywhere, right? Now, if you were to be smart, you'd be like, okay, the way this would work is you would power, can you see the cursor, by the way? When I'm moving the cursor, can you see the cursor? Presuming you can see the cursor, these first three up here, right? These first three, yes, you can see the cursor, good. These are like your primary power ones. You got to turn on the main circuit breakers. And then you're like, all right, well, this is important. This is important. Like, they're kind of themed together. So presumably, if you were to make an idea of how you would do the switches, you would be like, okay, you know, this whole group is number 1. Maybe this whole group is number 2 in importance. Maybe this entire, oh, that was supposed to be a 3, ignore the 2. Maybe this whole group is number 3. Maybe this whole group is number 4, right? What we can probably all agree on is you wouldn't want to turn everything on down here and then turn on a main power switch, because you'd flood everything and you might pop a few breakers or something. You know, we can all agree on that. No. If you do what you thought you did, the truck will never boot. The truck will throw fucking breaker after breaker after breaker, and the computer will show error after error after error after error. It just won't work. So what you have to do is, oh, this switch is 1, this individual switch is 2, this switch is 3, this switch is 4, this individual switch is 5, this switch is 6, this switch is 7, you know, this switch is 8. Okay, now this primary switch can be 9, and now this switch can be 10. Individual switches that are all over the fucking place. Now, you might be sitting there thinking to yourself, okay, some engineer somewhere built this thing and the users don't understand the voltage levels or something. So there is a rhyme to it, but you, the user, don't know what it is. 1, these numbers did not come from anyone.
They didn't come from Raytheon. They didn't come from Big Army. They didn't come from like the air defense fucking organization. The numbers came from nowhere. They came from people sitting there going, truck don't boot, but if I boot in this order, truck do boot. And then when you figure out the way you have to do the switches to make the truck work, someone sits there with a fucking Sharpie and writes numbers over every switch. So you have to sit there, and it's on no official document, figuring out what the order is for every switch. Okay, you might be saying, good, that means someone already did this, so they know what the order is, put that order on the official document, and give it to everyone else. Nay, nay. This order is different for every fucking Patriot. Every fucking one you go into has a completely different order to the way these switches need to be flipped, because you can't flip them in the same way you flip them in the other trucks. Now you might say, ah, that's probably because some part or something in the truck is like you didn't win the silicon lottery. So you have a weak whatever this one computer chip is, so that one needs to be later or that one needs to be sooner. That's what does it. Nay, nay. These things go through so much fucking maintenance. So many parts are changed out routinely, and yet this order will never change. Doesn't matter how many times you switch out the parts. You can do ship of fucking Theseus the fuck out of this Patriot system. Your truck will always have that order for the switches. And it's different than every other truck's order of the switches. And if you go from one unit to another unit, guarantee you within the first week, if you were in the van, you were going to cause that van to have a problem and shut down, because you're going to muscle memory the switches in the wrong order, and everyone else in the unit's going to make fun of you because you flipped the switches wrong and you didn't pay attention to the numbers. Why? Patriot fucking magic. Nobody knows. It doesn't ever change. You can have one generator active, two generator actives, more voltage, less voltage, change out all the fucking parts. Take the parts from one Patriot, put it in another van, take it from the first van, put it in the second van, and your order will not fucking change. No one knows why. I had one of these damn things where for whatever reason, this switch right here was just not 13. In one of my vans, there was a switch that was just not 13. It didn't matter where that switch was in the numbers. It could not be within the first 13 switches. If you put it in the first 13 switches, you would go click, the entire van would turn off, you would flip a major circuit, you had to unscrew the entire fucking panel, look behind the panel where there were 3 secret switches behind the entire panel. You had to go in there and flip one switch, because if this switch was flipped in the first 13, the super secret switch in the background would turn off. No one knows why. No one knew why it did that. All we knew is that it just couldn't be in the first 13. And there was kind of a rumor that if it was somewhere in the last 6, that sometimes it might flip it if one of the ones over here was in the first 13. No one knew why. Patriot fucking magic. That is just how a computer is turned on in an ECS. AdMech is not based off of some necessary thing of grim darkness. It's real. This is what happens when you put technology in the hands of military-minded people who don't understand what the fuck is going on. Every single person in every single military organization that involves a computer or technology that regularly works has some fucking AdMech ritual they do. Every single fucking time. There's always some AdMech ritual. It doesn't make sense. This is just a real effect. It's legit. I don't know why, but it is. It's a real thing. The AdMech is not science fiction. That's just nonfiction. That exists right now. Go find anyone who's ever done maintenance or worked with anything technical, anything in the military. There is always a fucking ritual, and no one knows why. Other than it works. It's not one of those, this is the way we always did it, so we do it this way. No, because every new person comes in. Every new motherfucker comes in and goes, that sounds stupid. I don't like pomp and circumstance. And they do it differently. And every time, it immediately fails. Every time. So then the new person goes, my bad, I'll just do the ritual. And it works. And everyone laughs at him. Why? Because every time someone comes in, they go, that's a dumb ritual. That can't fucking work. And it works. Every fucking time. Doesn't make sense. You put army, you put military with anything technological, you get the AdMech.
You absolutely get the AdMech anytime you have anyone holding a gun and or using technology. Every fucking time. One of the funniest damn things to me was a light in the van. One of the absolute funniest damn things to me was a light in the van. Let me bring the paint back up again. Hold on. There we go. I got the paint back up again. There is a point in the van, and this might have changed. This was from like over a decade ago. There is a point in the van where you have like the printer and shit, and then above it, we'll go slightly grayer. Above it, well, it's supposed to be, now go black. Above it is a different sequence. And on this sequence, it's like, hey, here's the generator status. Here's more generator status. Here's more generator status. But in addition to that, there's like, I'm doing this wrong. Get out of the way. There's like 3 lights. There's like 2 or 3 lights in there, right? And these are the error lights. One of these lights says some. One of these lights says some. That is a fault light. If that light lights up, you have a some fault. Now you can sit there and you can go and grab the user manual. You can grab the user manual. It's an electronic thing. You can find this big ass user manual in the army and be like, I want to learn about what the truck is doing. Let me read through this. And at some point you get to the pages that discuss what the fuck these mean and what they do. And somewhere in it is a thing that goes, the sum light. The sum fault. And the sum fault says, tell the EPP to fix the EPP. Damn it, go back. Tell the EPP to fix the EPP. The EPP was the generator. So if you see some fault, it says, hey, you don't need to know what that is. The EPP knows what that is. Presumably, on the generator, there's a lot more lights. And so you just get like 8 of those lights together, you stick them together, and then you go and give that to the van. So the van knows there's a fault. The generator, people have got to go fix the generator. The problem is, you then go to the EPP fucking book. If you do the EPP book, and you go and you're like, hey, fucking the ECS says fix EPP. If ECS says fix EPP, what do? Fix the EPP. So you might think, okay, so on the EPP, there are a bunch of lights. Presumably, the fault lights on the EPP, one's lit up. So what you should do in the EPP book is find the one that goes, if light is lit, then do. Presumably that's the page you're going for, right? Like, hey, EPP says ECS says fix EPP. Your book says, yeah, fucking do it. So you would think, look for the light that's lit up, fix that problem. Which means if you were to apply logic, that the sum fault means like summary fault, right? Like this is a fault light that is a summation of all your other fault lights to save space. That's what you would do logically. So you look and you look and you look, and the problem is most of the time, none of the EPP's lights are lit up. None of them are lit up. No explanation what it is. Because it turns out that out of, I'm making up numbers here, 30 possible faults, that only like 8 of them have a fucking light on the EPP. So there's 22 that could have a fault that aren't told you. So between these 2 books, how do you know what to fix? You don't, because this is not a sum fault. There is some fault. They saved on one letter and changed another letter to a U. It's not a summary fault. It means that there is some fault,
and it lights up when none of the other lights light up. I.e., there's a problem, and we never programmed a way to tell you what the fuck it is. So some fault doesn't mean look at one of these lights. It means track down the 22 other faults and figure out which one of those caused the fault. And routinely, you know what the fault is? Clean the fucking air filter. Routinely, step one, if the sum fault light lights up, is EPP needs to go clear out the air filter. It takes 30 seconds. Because it doesn't mean summary of all faults. It means there is some unidentified fault that's one of the 22 faults, not one of the 30 faults. Sometimes, if one of these lights light up, one of the other lights is what lights up, not the sum fault. And that one is apparently by design. I don't know who the fuck came up with that. Perhaps, hopefully, that's been fixed in the intervening time. But those are just 2 AdMech examples of being in Patriot with Patriot fucking magic, because it doesn't make sense. Like, it is absolutely insane how some of the things work.
Get left in the dust.
All right, we went through a secret door, but we shouldn't go through a secret
I'm
door.
restless. Blessed be the road that we take.
Bitch.
The Emperor favors me today.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
They had a second trap to protect them.
minor setback.
There's another trap here? Are we just not seeing it?
I always keep my options open.
Where's the second trap? Why are none of us see?
Look no further.
Oh, I needed to bring the other guy just for his healing capabilities.
Let me help.
I owe you a debt.
Field medicine at its finest.
Injuries will not slow me.
This wound will make a fine scar.
House Orcelio thanks you.
I still think it's weird that the Space Marine got an injury. I'm not going to let that one go. Don't know how the hell the Space Marine got an injury. Is this... we use the Gladiator healing kits. Let's get rid of these.
Let's patch you up.
No Medicae needed. Just give me some milk.
Fun lesson to hear again. It's so stupid.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
No, there must be another trap that I'm just not seeing.
Let us not dawdle.
So I'm about to get hit again. Or not. Okay.
I better myself through my service.
By the way, what is happening in there?
Is that
What did we
needs to
block
be
over
made?
here? Why was there a trap? I just realized that. There's nothing over here. Why was there a trap? Oh, is it protecting this? Notebook contains detailed observations, formulating diagrams, thickly covered viscous greenish liquid. Almost all pages firmly glued together. Contents are in the blurry stains. Experiment number 78. Outcome failure. Subject capable of maintaining minimal vital functions falls short of every requirement. Degree of something abnormalities and infirmities unacceptable. Failure upon being removed from the capsule. The subject's vital processes ceased in an excruciating manner following a brain hemorrhage and multiple internal bleedings. Experiment number 13, outcome partial success, specimen capable of maintaining basic vital processes, but only if continually neurally stimulated by means of drilling through the elbow, knee, and hip joints. Ow. Experiment number 21, outcome successful. The last experiment, I guess, subjects conform to the minimum requirements. Their capabilities are limited. They are incapable of learning, no capacity for something of the original organism. Okay. I take what you mean, and that and the fact that the thing not working is the most benign occurrence of the EdMech. Yeah, right. All right, so we went in there to see that there are bad people in here. Okay.
I always have a backup plan.
Do you, though? This is the one I'm worried about. There's a logic test here, and I didn't bring my tech boy. How bad is this logic test? So I think I've got some logic, but not a ton. Oof. Okay.
I always get the job
Hell
done.
yeah. There's a seal of silence on the cogitator, but it's not difficult to break it. The machine spirit has been tormented. Someone ripped every bit of useful knowledge from its memory. That give me experience? Okay, I thought it was going to help me in the upcoming fight.
Always keep your eye on the
My
prize.
warp sight reveals something.
What did we reveal? Did you reveal the goods? I really wish they would highlight what you spotted.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
All right,
They fear
Cassia.
to look at me because
Do
of
me a
my
favor.
appearance. I fear to look at them because of their rotten-colored souls.
I want you to debuff the hell out of them.
Xenos scum!
There you
don't
go.
belong in this galaxy.
I will revel in your pain.
You can't even reach me, can you? Like, if I just stay up here and gun the fuck out of you, literally, genuine question, can you touch me? All right, Abelard, Argenta, Space Marine, Cassia, Strategist, Ulriot. That's not close enough? Oh well.
It's as good as done.
Abelard can hit everyone with Wall of Rockery. That implies that he can hit everyone with Bracer Impact. I'm gonna leave him there, leave her there. I'm fine with her being there, leave her there. Cassia, I want you to hide behind a wall.
Emperor, give me strength.
Thank you. He will contact them. There we go. And he will do endure. Back to me. Does nothing. Ends turn. Back to me. Turn begins proper. All right. Front line. Wish I could hit them down there, but I
Make it
can't.
happen.
They're in a line this time, so I can give them the buff they need.
I'll see to it personally.
Give you that buff.
On
Give
it.
her this buff. Killzone stratagem
It's
down
as good
there.
as done.
This buff on you. You serve me on Argenta. Gave me back an AP. That's just kind of funny. I don't want to do take aim yet because that would be very bad, I believe. You guys
I'll
get
see to it
defense.
personally.
I will stand over here to be in a little bit of the defended area. I don't want to get rid of the other areas. Bring it down on Argenta. Hello, Argenta. Fuck, I hit a button. What did I hit? I hit reload. Well, if nothing else, my first reload's free, so it didn't screw me, but I am annoyed that I just wasted that. I want lots of DACA. Devastating attack. The fact that I can't hit both of them is kind of obnoxious. She doesn't have much buffs going on, so we'll just go full tilt, I suppose.
Doubt is for the weak.
I'm surprised she missed because she should have 0 recoil entirely. But I do believe that we got more hits out of it on him. Genuine question, shouldn't you not have any ability to miss? Or, I mean, for spread on that, because you should have no recoil. Is increased by a bunch. Love it. 33% and recoil is negated. I don't think I understand what recoil is. Let's go back to the beginning real quick, where they showed the rolls. Is this not the recoil? Strong deviation. How do you have a deviation? Automatically hit the first target in the trajectory, be it friend or foe. But how did I get a strong deviation with no recoil? That's the thing I don't understand, is what the fuck is recoil? And also, what is this 83? Is this because I was over here? So my recoil, less than 20 is no recoil. 20 to 60 is slight, and above 60. What is recoil? Is a hit rate penalty. But you don't roll to hit rolls. Right? You just automatically hit. Also, that was a critical hit. Result hit because someone was in the line, right? You roll for deviation, recoil is a penalty to that roll. So what's determining 20 to 60? Does that mean that if you have a recoil of 15, that these are all 15 lower? If that's the way it is, I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to understand this. So, because she had a recoil of a decent amount before the backpack. I don't think this game knows what recoil is. All right. We did that. I'll take what I can get. I don't need to understand it. We are up to 6. So I'm going to have a pray about what just happened. And I'm going to click the confident mode now. End her turn. Back to his turn. Now, I had something on giving people turns, didn't I? After an ally takes an extra turn provided by the character, they gain bonuses. Does not stack. Now, presumably, I always get this because of Abelard, so this was a slight waste, except for if someone if we get ambushed or something, I can't pull that off, presumably. Using a stratagem provides an ability to move one cell without provoking an attack of opportunity. So that's not a turn. I thought it was, but none of them had the ability to move. So, bummer on that, I guess. She just has an attention. This one is from Strategium, not from the other one, which slightly odd, I would say. Because I would have thought she would have had it from the other thing. But I guess not. Question. I have an AP. How I'm going to use that AP. Oh my god, this is up to a 20 bonus already? Damn. If I get that free AP, I should be kicking this out just to give her an extra 20. Inquisitor's Decree to increase momentum by 30.
I'll see to it personally.
That would have been slightly nice beforehand. That one's on me. Oh, well. And a lot of movement. Question. Cassia. You have attention, yes? God damn. Where are your bonuses? She does have attention from Abelard. If I give her a movement... Who's in order, by the way? Cassia is next. Yulri, then Argenta. All right, I just want to see something. Go back to Argenta. Where is this ability to move one? I'm not seeing it. I don't think it worked. Because this isn't that. God damn, could she run, though? God damn. Oh, yeah, we knocked a guy down. Screw you, Beta Grotesque. All right, back to me again. I have a free attack? I don't know why I have a free attack. I'll take a free attack. I just don't know why I have a free attack.
I won't stand for it.
Yeah, get hit. I don't know what you just said, but screw you. So you're gonna lower reveal the light, but like, it just means I have to cast it more. That's the weird thing. All right, I want to see something. I'm at 5. You are going to...
If I may.
Okay, it literally is just the first one per turn. That makes sense. No issue here. Press the advantage. I can laser someone. I've already eyeballed some of them. What else do we have going on here? Give her more of a hit bonus.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
And how many charges do I have? 4 per, but it's 9 higher.
Me?
So I just want to see press the advantage.
Captain.
Laser. Isn't there another beta code test somewhere? There is. Hey, buddy.
Isn't this a job for the Serfs?
That looked like he got hurt. I got an AP back or something. Question. So you have Waking Nightmare. Big penalty to everything. Like, you have no willpower. I got rid of, like, all your toughness. I'm following. You have natural armor, which means the more you get hurt, the more you get hurt. I just degraded defense you 40 stacks. So you're just going to take an extra 40 damage per bullet. You can't move. I don't even know why that triggered, but you can't move at all. You're going to take an extra 40 damage. Your armor is reduced by 58. Okay. Sure. And because of Uriat, you're debuffed more. Eye of Oblivion, you're debuffed more. Waking Nightmare, you're debuffed more. You don't have any stats. Your dodge is down to 85% and your armor is down to 27. Your natural armor literally got superimposed by Undamned the Sea of Souls. Your deflection, well, you're trying. Okay. If you say so. In my turn. Uriat's turn. I think Uriat can just snipe from back here, no problem. I can't remember all the bonuses I'm supposed to do with Uriat, though. Can I hit this person? Yes.
This helium is beneath me.
Create an opening on that person. Oh, fuck. That was the wrong one. That ended her turn. Whoopsie. All right. Don't be behind him now because we need you to go ham. Steady superiority.
Power resides in the
It's always good to get that one going. Somehow steady superiority set you down and then you got it back. I don't know how that works, but okay. Sure. Steady superiority, then gain 20 back because of some reason. Path of Redemption. Okay. Sure.
As the
Lots of
Emperor
DACA.
commands, I act.
Lots of DACA. All right, so... Bye?
I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Yeah, no, so that makes sense. Her weapon does 6 damage, and I guaranteed each one did 40 more. That's just almost doubling her DPS again. Okay. Cool. Don't question it, chat. That also didn't use any AP whatsoever. That was just my opening salvo. I'm going to revel in the slaughter because I like getting bonuses. I need to do a single attack to, you know, stack it up. So there's a single attack. There we go. Yep, we got that going. Oh, I can't do that anymore. I better just do wildfire. There we go. Thank you for the wildfire. Who do I not like today? I don't like this guy. He's laying on the ground, but I don't think I like him.
I'll do it. This is why I chose. None can escape the Emperor's
Okay, we're almost doing 100 damage per bullet now. What else do I want to do? I will do running gun. Running gun gets me another attack.
We got to stack this up. All right, bye. He's dead. Cool. I'm not even using Blessed Bolter casings. Confident approach is already on. Controlled shot just means I miss. Devastating attack. I forgot to do devastating attack. You know how it is when you forget to do the thing. We have 3 AP left, and I don't have anything to spend the AP on.
Yeah, I'll just end her turn. She had a lot of movement and was ready to go, but... Okay, that man shot. That man shot. Cool. You both are very bad at your jobs. I'm going to run over here now.
Wolf is on the hunt.
Hello. I call this melee attack number 1. I call this ranged attack number 1. I call this melee attack number 2. I call this charge number 2. I call this getting ready for a free attack. Which, I have it set up backwards. I've done that for the second time. I keep doing that. I'll set him up for cautious. If I switch to this gun, can I do the flamer? No, I can't. Oh, well. We'll do an area melee. There you go. That'll count. There you go. He's dead now. And they're dead. Okay, cool. How much Baldur's Gate out of 10 is this game? Yes? The devs keep trying to nerf this game. I don't know why. And every time I see what they're trying to change, they're never changing the thing they think they're trying to change, which is the thing that giggles/infuriates me. Because they're always like, we think there's a problem. This will fix the problem. That's not the problem. It is definitely a power fantasy game. Though I don't know how much power fantasy it's going to be after the 1.2 update, where their stated goal is to get rid of the power fantasy.
My success was inevitable.
All right. So we did that fight. Just move on, I guess.
Both strong and wise is Ulfar.
As Ulfar. All right, goofy hallway. There's a door in front of me, but that's the easy route. Is the elevator? Ah, there we go.
My sharp senses.
Go disarm that trap.
I have learned much in my exile.
Activate the elevator. Unresponsive. Oh no.
What is that?
By the way, am I heading down the correct path? I thought the other one was the side path, but I'm starting to suspect that this is the main path. Yeah, there's a lot of room down there.
I always have a backup plan.
All right, hold on. What's in this door then? Ooh. Let's make this be a demolition check.
Never doubt me.
Thank you. Yep, this is a side path. All right, I bombed it open, and perhaps I failed my spot checks, but there doesn't appear to be anything back here. Okay.
Is there money to be made?
All right, this is going to probably involve a lot of plot and be confusing. And then modified by recoil. So I just got to get her ballistic up. Because I did miss that. I'll have to take a look again. I didn't see how that was based upon the ballistic. But if that's what it is, then I'll just work on her ballistic skill.
Keep my options open.
My success was inevitable.
Was it, though? Quickly run around the side, trying to avoid whatever the trigger is in the middle of the room. Because we all know there's a trigger around that. There's some trigger. Here we go. Trigger. They have the goo tubes! Hey, homunca boy. You're looking at several completely identical homunculi at work. A disturbing sight. The indistinguishable and familiar face turn your attention towards you morosely and almost indifferently. Homunculi start talking over one another. You! How dare you show up here alive! This is even better, though. Now I'll cleanse the shame of my death. I did kill him. I did. With your blood, and then transform you and the scum you brought along into something useful. Their colors, horrible, frightening, tattered shades. Only a madman could do something like that to himself. The homunculi are twitching slightly as though from invisible electric impulses. They look virtually identical, yet each seems to be missing something. A limb, an implant, even a facial feature or two. The single gaze of the many faces no longer seems full of haughty superiority only. Some kind of a shared defect also shows in it. Ooh, that doesn't look good for you. I killed you with my own hands. Have you forgotten that I am the great master of flesh who has transcended death itself? Do you think it would befit me to let a Monkai cut my path short? But you are not immortal and we both know it. I'm gonna kill you as many times as it takes in the name of the fallen kinspeople and in Kruderok's name. This doesn't look like a Drukhari lab. A stupid question, the answer to which is of no importance to one who is about to be taken apart. Why aren't you in Kimura? Because of you, specimen. Because of your feeble wits and your deplorably stubborn reluctance to die. But I had to finish what I started. Finish the masterpiece that had been taken away from me. Because of you. All because of you. You have company. I haven't finished yet. One corporal shell is too few. Deplorably, unacceptably few. Once my work is complete, not one Monkai in the world will be able to destroy me completely. You're just a coward hiding me behind a panoply of mass. I'll pluck off every single one. Why is there a hole in the ceiling? Just more proof of how unreliable partnerships with lower life forms are. You notice one of the homunculi glanced at the hole in the ceiling. Fury contorts his face. Tervantius is unable to hide the anger at what happened. Whoever did that, whatever it was, they infuriated them a lot. Am I talking one or several? Are you each individual? One, many? What difference does it make? I'm on my way towards infinity, specimen. Towards genuine, limitless immortality. I'll fight you much quicker than the last. You're different from the others of your species, specimen. This time around, I want to study you much, and I mean much more thoroughly, which necessitates your death. And I hope dying once doesn't suffice for you.
I will wipe your disgusting presence out
Oh, no! The goo tubes! The goo tubes gooed the goo people! We're going to be gooed! Okay. Get your characters into position. The best thing about get your characters into position is you can just find the angle no one's coming from and go in that direction. I'm going to put him over here real quick. Put him in front. Put her in back. Put Sniper kind of in back. Put him to side. Put Cassius slightly to side. Seems good enough to me. Hey, you, have you heard about having a turn? He has heard the glory of having a turn. Everyone get a defense bonus. Can I roar at some of you? I can roar at 2 of you. Nope, 1 of you. I'd rather roar at him because I'm going to have him focus on the side. I'm going to endure and everyone get a turn. All right, Cassia, I like where you are already. Uriet, I want to pull you back a little bit. Ya boy. Like I said, this flank is kind of open, but I got to worry slightly more about the side over here.
I challenge you, damn get.
All right, Argenta stays where she is. Abelard stays where he is. I will scoot over a little bit. I'll take the hit if necessary. All right, lots of things happening. The front line of who we're killing is varied. But I do know I want her shooting down center mass. So if I can squeeze it, you're going to go up here.
On it.
Good enough for me. Shooty shoot bonus goes
It's as good
there.
as done.
Defensive bonus goes there. Kill people bonus goes up here.
I won't compromise
Don't lie to
my
me.
principles.
Shooty shoot bonus goes
Who if
here.
not me?
Defensive bonus goes
I'll
on
see to
you,
it
which I should
personally.
probably be standing in, but oh well. Actually, now that I've done the thing, I can, in fact, be standing in it, so we'll go back one. That cover bonus didn't help from anyone. What?
On it.
Oh, now it works? I don't understand how that works. Okay. You serve me
I'll
Argenta.
see to it personally.
Thank you for the AP back. Now I would have the 2 to do that and something else. Which I think in this go through. By the way,
This is
Inquisitor's
good as
Decree,
done.
just to set this up a little bit. We're going to voice a command
I'll
on
see to it
Argenta
personally.
and then let her go.
Who if not me?
Argenta on your turn. See, now these are working. So that's not an extra turn. It's just the ability to move. All right. The other choice would have been a bit better, but I'll take what I got. We want lots of pew pew. And she is going to fire center line.
I'll do it.
Because really, that's just an excuse to shoot Abelard. Who got 15 and 17. How did you get 2? So 9 temporary wounds each turn. And don't, okay. And you fully charge. Oh, because this only goes to 15. So she fully charged him up. Good. Good. He's now max. I don't have to worry about shooting through him anymore. I'm going to do
As the
run and
Emperor
gun.
commands, I act.
So I can try to get an extra shot on someone who's far away.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Fine. Get my free reload.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I'm going to have my pray about what I just did. It says 14. I'm at 141. Ah, it's not enough. Bummer. We're
do
going to
it.
confident approach her now. We are going to have her do a pray about what just happened.
Justice for the weak.
I swear, I don't get enough of bonus out of this. I'm supposed to. Okay. Whatever. I'm going to dash her slightly to the side
Faith
now.
without deeds is worthless.
Now we don't have to worry about that. And in her turn, because that was a bonus turn she had, have him do a ranged attack over here. Because
It's a good offense.
end his turn. Now it's Cassia's turn. Cassia gives self bonus.
I am a navigator.
She's a navigator, if you haven't heard, chat. And she is going to inspire
I'm
Argenta.
not accustomed to being ordered around.
She's not accustomed to it, chat. She's going to give her the guaranteed hit, or
If
you know what I
insist,
mean.
Lord Captain.
I could mend reality. I don't think they're going to do warp damage or psychic damage, so I'm going to ignore that for now. And we're going to press the advantage. So she does a lot of damage on this, and I'm going to say, hey, someone looks scary. Is it you? Do you look scary? You don't look that scary. I think you look scary. Okay, that's the limit of my looking scary. Who do I not like? Who looks the scariest? You have 26 health. I wish I could majorly hit someone. I'm just out of range, unfortunately. And I don't want to move her forward. I'll say you look scary.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? As duty demands.
They looked a lot scary. Which somehow gave me 2 AP back. Which means I can Waking Nightmare someone. You're all kind of weak. But I will Waking Nightmare...
Argenta's already been given that sort of turn. But can I give her movement? No. Damn it. That would have been real nice. I always get those two twisted. Oh, well. We're going to give you a penalty. Get penalized. And with 1 AP remaining, I will voice a command. Abelard, because I want to. There we go, Abelard. Get buffed. That's the big one. There you are. I was wondering where you were. I so wanted to set you up for a debuff. Oh well. We'll have to wait till next round. Yulriet's turn. Sniper extraordinaire. Don't do that. That's the one that fucks me over. Analyze this enemy.
Understand your intent.
Better hit chance.
If I must.
Aim for the opening.
I am not your Xenos pet.
Hello.
Monkey.
You are, in fact, my Xenos pet. I'm going to say nope, you're not close enough for that sort of attack. Fine. Death Whisper, Killing Edge. When in cover. She's not in cover. So we don't get that bonus. That's fine. Killing Edge.
If it serves your cause, fortune favors.
All right,
the
there goes
swift.
half his health. I forgot to do the intimidation thing.
This tedium is
I always
beneath
screw
me.
that up. Still not close enough for that one. Bummer. Freebie one?
If it serves your cause.
There you go. Bunch of little damage to you. And, they have no exploits on them. They have no exploits on them, and I'm removing 0. 10 plus removed times 10%. Does that still get rid of 100%? Wait.
I will not.
They need to have the thing, but does that still get rid of all their shit? That's weird. Okay. For lack of a better thing to do, if he's still alive, kill him at the beginning of your turn. I don't think he'll still be alive, but it's worth an idea. Yeah, you're dumb. All right, Argenta's here to kill everyone. Go, Argenta. First thing, rapid fire. Argenta's got some buffs going on.
In thy light I stand,
Grab you so that
and
this
thy
is
light
free.
I crave.
And let's see if you can survive an Argenta.
As the Emperor commands. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Each strike is a prayer.
Much health. All right, you are
I'll
dead.
do it. None can escape the Emperor's
Why
judgment.
is there like 2 stacks of damage now? I honestly don't know where that one's coming from.
Doubt is for the weak.
All right, I've killed the right side, so I'm going to move her to the left side.
Rejoice in battle.
Oh, I can't do that attack now. Bummer.
As the
Free
Emperor
attack.
commands, I act. I'll do it.
Reload. I can't do that attack.
As
Shot on the
Emperor
run.
commands, I act.
Can't revel in the slaughter yet. Shoot
Faith
you.
without deeds is worth eradicated.
Good. Good. I still have like 35 movement.
God, Emperor,
I just want to do this because I can.
Be the fire in my heart.
Hey guys, you're all shitlords. Now I'm gonna dash here and then run all the way back. There you go. Because I can. I'm not even sure if I have confident approach on her right now. Yep, you did that. Oh, Triumphantly is coming. He shot his own person.
Nobody escapes us.
I don't think that would help. All right, Ulfar, let's begin this.
Let me educate you on the art of pain. Cubs, please. I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument. I hunger for battle.
He hungers for battle, chat.
So shall it be.
Don't stop the man who hungers for battle.
Wolves, I will carve wounds out of your bones.
Am I supposed to keep destroying these? Do they spawn people every round? Is that the issue I'm supposed to be worried about? All right, he's cautious now. He's immune to toxins. Who's going now? I hope the goal isn't to destroy those because you guys are just doing my mission for me.
All right, well, it's Abelard's turn.
Sound approach.
Hello. Don't mind me. Yeah, I'm just gonna kill you all this round. Fuck it. Really? That's what you're going with? All right.
Rule the stars
I tried.
themselves.
I can't believe you tried to resist me.
My place is at the front.
Rogue Trader, yes.
I took care of this one.
Like I said, the idea that it's Argenta's class that is as strong as it is, when you can still just do shit like this, is humorous to me.
I'm not interested.
Your last stroke of
Gray hair, sure hair.
There you go. What are you going to do? So they do keep spawning things. That's the shtick to this fight is the green things spawn things, and they blew up more than I did. Now, you might think to yourself, wow, everything I just did then was wasted. No. just no. All right, can't voice the command 2 turns in a row, but I can give her another turn.
I'll see to it personally.
All right, hello, your turn. First of all, revel in slaughter. Second of all,
As the Emperor commands.
all right, that one's handled.
I'll do it.
That one's handled. Freebie dash over here to get a move over here to get a free attack. This way.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
That one's handled.
I'll do
To
it.
get a run on the gun. To kill the dude because somehow I shot around him. Oh, he's going to survive this round, the humanity. There we go. So a lot of that problem was solved. What are you doing over here, nerd? The fact that you exist is slightly hurting my soul. I'm going to try.
It's as good as done.
There you go. Give him a good shot. Give him a good shot in the brain hole. Did anyone even get hurt? No one's been hurt yet. All right. End his turn. All right, we're on Yulriet. She doesn't have enough of a bonus yet. Yulriet, give yourself more bonus. Sorry. Why did I say Yulriet? Cassia. I said the wrong word and confused myself. Oh, well. Really doesn't matter. We're at 50. Who's the big bad guy? Is he still alive? He is still kind of alive. Okay. If I'm over here, can I see him? I hope so.
The navigator is coming.
The navigator's coming. The navigator. All right, here we go. We're just going to press the advantage over here. Just because, you know, Argenta's the only one that can do shit in this game, supposedly.
I am a navigator.
There you go. That's completely necessary. Oh, what's that? I can now give someone an entire turn again. Hey, Argenta, why don't you have a turn? Oh, good. Argenta's going again. This was completely necessary. Argenta's guided by faith, chat.
I'll do it. Eradicate.
All right. She's done that now. She's
As
going to
the
revel in that
Emperor
slaughter.
commands, I act.
We're going to dash over here if I can swing it, which I think means I can shoot him. That overpin kind of hurt. My bad. Don't worry about it, bro. It's just a joke. We're going to do it again.
None can escape the
All right.
Emperor's
I'm
judgment.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What if
As
I had
the
lots of
Emperor
pews?
commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
All right. That problem's been solved. Don't have to worry about it. Let me have a reload. And then what if I had a shot on the run? So I got some movement back. That area is toxic. I don't like it. But it will let me shoot, so
Rejoice in
we'll just have to be
battle.
careful about it.
Doubt is for the weak.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, they definitely understood what the mathematical problems were. I know they don't have it implemented yet, but they sound like a whole bunch of things that could fix all of this. All right, I believe that's her turn, which means we're back to her because she was the one who gave her the turn. And what, did we just give Abelard the bonus here? I don't, what are we doing today? Waking Nightmare. You need a debuff. He can't get the debuff. Bummer. No debuff today. I'm not close enough to give him this, though I really wish I could. You know what? We'll just give Argenta 4 more base damage, because that's what we need, really.
I'm not accustomed to being
In reality, even though it didn't matter. And Glimpse of Fate on Argenta. Sniper's turn. Can she hurt anybody? She can. She can absolutely just shoot you. Die.
Stand your intent.
All right, that person's dead. Is there anyone left alive? No, we won. Okay, cool. What was that?
Keep your eye on
Round
the
1?
prize.
He's next to, yeah. Okay. You're next to people. Bad times. Round 2, but barely. And the only reason why it was that was the mechanic of that match was that they keep spawning. That was the whole mechanic. They keep spawning. Just kill them faster. Even if you have my damage output, that would have been into round 2 and then barely into round 3. That would have been the big difference. Woo, what do we got? Bloodbear, at the start of your turn, you recover wounds equal to the number of bleeding creatures. If at least one wound was recovered that way, oh, because you recover wounds, one fresh injury is removed from you as well. That's nice. I like that. Drukari equipment. Arc Machinator's Deceit. Whenever this wearer uses an attack that's of a different type than the previous one, they gain momentum equal to their resolve. So you have a weapon designed around versatility. I just need Drukari shit, which I don't think I can get admittedly unless I had a Drukari guy, but my point stands. And you have an injector that's a consumable that restores wounds and does almost nothing else. All right, I'll take it.
Let us not dawdle.
On the bright side, we got another level because we didn't have enough levels yet. Is the dude dead? Goods. There's a dent in the data slate screen covered in flickering colored stripes. The readable parts are twitchy. Numerous prior studies pursued the goal of breaking new ground, recreating and reviving the specimen in the event of its death. The above-mentioned experiment laid the groundwork for modernizing and accelerating the recreation of a living organism from a minuscule sample of bone or muscle tissue. Every variety of living organism has been observed to release a number of chemicals at the moment of death that enables the creation of an entirely identical clone with intact memories of its prior life up to and including the moment of death. Most vividly detailed as to both physical sensations and emotional distress. As mentioned before, even a tiny modicum of bone or muscle tissue is sufficient for reviving or creating an organism in an adequate lab setup. Bear in mind that work on creating a new body must begin before the third stage of decomposition is set in. So none of these people? All right, we have another level. What do we get here? Characteristic increase in first tier archetype talent. All right, I can't remember what I'm increasing in him. Is it intelligence today or is it fellowship? Fellowship right now wouldn't do much. I've been leveling intelligence, so let's up intelligence some more. And you get a first tier archetype talent. Okay. So what does that do for me? Whenever an ally affected by your ability or talent that gets temporary wounds, they get armor? Nah. Allies under your abilities gain a bonus to weapon skill equal to 3 plus your fellowship bonus, so 13 to weapon skill, and deal plus 10 more damage on attacks of opportunity. So if I gave a bonus to Abelard, he'd be doing more damage. Whenever an ally uses a heroic act, they gain temporary wounds equal to 10%. Okay. Whenever you use an ability on an ally, they gain a bonus of perception and ballistic equal to 10. They stack, but half the stacks are lost at the end of your turn. Okay. Whenever you target an ability with it for the first time in a round, they gain temporary wounds. Don't care. Get a bonus that don't care. The voice of command gains half the bonus till the end of combat. Voice of command gives 20 to all stats, so grabbing this means it's 10 to all stats for the rest of combat. And that is, if you use an ability on him for one round, they gain the same bonus to some of their stats. So lasting impression's the one you want. Dumb. Makes an attack. Don't care. The target of Bring It Down gets an extra AP. Because why not? If they use up all their AP, they will suffer 6 direct damage. I believe at the beginning I said this was absolutely dumb. And at that point we had so little health it was. But that direct damage, the problem was that it scaled with my willpower for whatever reason. But I don't have that much willpower and 6 damage is nothing. So right now, Bring It Down gives someone 3 AP, right? So this means they have 4, but they take 6 damage. If I can get that to work, I don't care. I don't even know what Take Aim is. Take Aim, if I do it, the opponent takes 2% more damage for each cell of the range, and she's usually attacking at like 5 plus cells. So that's 10% more damage. I think I'd rather just go with More Than Possible, just for the extra abilities. Resolve increased by 3. Take Aim is pretty good, though. But I'll go with More Than Possible. All right, Argenta, how do you kill more people? We need to know how Argenta kills even more people. Can I do ballistic? Let's just do more ballistic. Weapon skill in the one thing gives her bonuses back. Oh my God. At some point, I think I want that one thing so that these two feed into each other. But her weapon skill is notoriously low compared to her ballistic. You know what? I'll do weapon skill. Camaraderie, not going to happen, not going to happen. What? Your Demolish 7 intelligence ranged area attacks. It's not blast, right? 5% for each point of intelligence. So 15% versus... Is there a range area of attack that uses int? What does that apply to? That's a big difference. Area is flamers and grenades. Okay. So no. It's funny, but no. Your second attack action in a turn deals... She needs agility. 19% more damage to enemies that have not suffered damage from you this turn. In a... Only your second one? All right.
Cover efficiency, who cares? Don't care. Don't care. More ballistic skill and more movement. She's routinely at full wounds. The first hit of each burst attack deals additional damage equal to your current rate of fire. Her rate of fire is 32, so it's just 32 flat more damage. Am I understanding this right? The ballistic skill, I mean, is really strong. I'm not saying it's not, but am I understanding that if I do the super attack, I just do 32 extra damage? Okay. But remember, it's the scaling off of versatility that's the damage. Don't care. If you hurt 3 different enemies, your next attack does 26% more damage. Don't care. Medium armor doesn't reduce dodge. That's always a good one I should grab at some point, to be fair. Dash is not in your movement for the turn. I did not notice that Dash was doing that, but okay. Enemies damaged by your area attacks doesn't count as burst, so who cares? Whenever you successfully dodge, use cover against an enemy, they gain a guaranteed critical attack. I've guaranteed criticals anyways. You gain a 7, 14, 21, 21, no, sorry, 10% critical chance. Double against enemies in which you got cover. Okay. And these aren't good. Yeah, okay, we'll just do muzzle velocity and just do a shit ton of extra damage on every burst attack. Ever. Okay. The queen of people doing things. What do you wish to do? I think I'm going to put it in fellowship. Just because earlier we had something doing something to fellowship. Let's just try to see if we can't get this up above the 100 limit somehow. I don't really care about the willpower. Perception would be good, but let's put this one in fellowship just because. Whenever someone affected by your ability or talent that affects temporary wounds, don't care. Gain a bonus to their weapon skill equal to 3. Will deal 9, don't care. They gain, whenever any ally uses it, they get 10% of their maximum wounds plus their resolve. That's just kind of funny. Increase the range by 6 or 3. I think that would give me some bonuses, but Your next attack will be 0. You know what? That means every time Argenta's doing something, she gets a free laser, right? See, her willpower is way too high, so her more than possible is garbage. Physical encouragement. No. Resolve is increased by 3. I don't care. That one's always weird. I still just love that. Enemies affected by your abilities suffer a stacking penalty from your powers. Penalty is lost after such a test is made because they need more penalties. Use Navigator has not been used as combat. You just gain extra perception. I use a lot of these. I think maybe that would give me a total of 10. Whenever they fail a resistance tech, attacks against them. Whenever you fail a resistance test, attacks against them have a bigger crit chance. And I have it on your next attack is 3. You know what? Fuck it. We'll grab this. Because the more of these I stack up, the stronger one of her abilities way earlier is. I forget where it is, but one of these gets stronger for every one of these that I grab. I just can never remember what did it. That's what it is. An extra fellowship for every one of these I take. Fuck it. Let's get even more fellowship. There you go. We're up over the 100 point. Ta-da. All right, Abelard. Abelard who doesn't die. What do we need for you? Didn't we get you with things so your strength goes up? At the start of your turn, you gain temporary wounds to your strength. That's what it was. You You should have more weapon skill. You always need more weapon skill. Every enemy's first attack, he just doesn't care. I love that idea. It's... Area attacks deal an additional strength bonus +1 divided by 2. So 7, 3. Warrior takes damage. Not gonna help. Do we have more things where it's like, hey, if you get hit a bunch, you're stronger? Like, the more I can piss him off, the funnier this gets. So what, if I do endure the first round and then hit him 16 times, he gets 16 damage deflection for a round? Necessary.
Don't care. Charge distance is nice, but not really careful. We'll do clench teeth. All right, snipey. What do you do? I think you want more dodge and/or dodge reduction. So that's off of agility. You should be getting agility somewhere in here. And then, boy, do you have like everything. Whenever you hit an enemy that has both of those two things, they lose 3 movement. Don't care. If you use precise attack on a target affected by 10 minus your int bonus. I got to get her int up. That hit becomes a critical hit. It's almost always a critical hit anyways. Allies gain your int bonus divided by 2. Okay, let's back up. Let's just put this to int. Start slowly upping int, I guess. Fuck it. Pattern recognition. The operative suffers less damage from enemies. That's the thing they were trying to nerf, where people were going to have tanky snipers. That's what they were talking about. Scale too fast. This is the one where they were changing it from 3 times int to like 3+ int. I mean, kind of, but he doesn't take that much damage anyways. Just put armor on him. But he doesn't need to be that tanky. There are already 2 super tanks in the game. You don't need to nerf Pascal. You don't need to nerf Pascal. Okay. Holy shit. Perfect spot additionally grants you 5+ perception bonus, so 15% armor pin. Okay. Intimidation kills a target. The damage of all our enemies in the area is reduced by... Okay. Every time I hit an area, I get 1 whole damage. Okay. Everyone gains exploits. That one I do kind of like. It's weak, but whatever. 3 times the int bonus for 1 round. So it was this one, and then there was one where it was everyone got the bonus. It was like joint offense or something. All your allies gain your int bonus divided by 2. So right now, admittedly, it's only 2% hit chance and critical hit chance. So not great when affected by exploits. It doesn't stack per exploit. That's the problem. All right. Well, I'll just give everyone exploits. Fuck it. And Tanky Boy. What do I do with you? Give him ballistic skill? That way that's up at 90, so they give each other more of a bonus? I don't understand. Yeah, let's get Revel and Slaughter to go faster. Fuck it. There we go. We're ready to go kill more things.
Is there money to be made?
Space around the hollows littered with lumps of broken concrete. Small wind gets in the room to the ugly hole in the ceiling, stirring up ruins of stone and dust. The hole in the lab's vaulted ceiling and hollow underneath it pointed to the obvious. Something broke into this room, ripped out a piece of the lab, and dragged it outside. Oh, that's not good. Through the piled up rocks, certain thick dust, you're able to make out parts of fixtures that are ripped out of their sockets or on the floor. Parts of these are used for fastening industrial girders in place at large manufactorums around the Imperium. So something got taken out. You study the edges of the breach carefully, reflect and conclude the hole in the lab ceiling was blown by several powerful directed explosives. And after some time, you note the characteristic marks on the debris and ball. The ceiling was breached using melta charges. So someone in the Imperium stole something from this man. I don't understand. Drukari machinery and their toys seem out of place within these walls. Nay, they seem positively alien. These walls? Why, it is the standard architecture of an Imperium bunker. Why would a Xenos conduct their business in a place like this? My kinspeople were unable to find this place. The Dark Ones would hardly have been content with a single trophy, even one as great as this. No, this was done crudely and quickly, and that behavior is more typical of the Mon Kai. This world belongs to House Winterscale, but I refuse to believe his lordship Caligos would ever collaborate with Xenos. Dark red and brownish greed would envelop his figure every time the subject of hunting the enemies was brought up. He despised them and hated them. So someone else was working with them? Okay. Like, there's not a new quest, but we're done?
I always keep my options.
Let's run to the ends real quick. Like, literally, are we done? Do we leave? Kind of awkward, not gonna lie. Like, we did all... I'm guessing the end of this chapter will happen when we go back to our void ship. We're just gonna quickly run. As we run back, I'm just looking to see if any chests show up in the corners or anything. Oh, this is the athletics check.
Centuries of service and practice.
How did I not see these last
Through the
time?
rock has fallen.
Oh, there's a logic test here.
In the darkness of the expanse.
I never did this logic test.
All that is left for me to do.
Okay, cool. Whatever you're saying sounds very important.
Success is the only
Holy
outcome
shit.
I accept.
Success. What do we get? Some things. I had to do a logic test for corpse starch rations. So worth.
Keep your wits about you.
Yeah. Nothing else hiding. Soylent. Delicious. It's my favorite flavor of people. All right.
Plan.
There we go. Your Voxcaster under your armor suddenly starts like a cacophony of sounds. The growl of chainswords, human screams, the screech of metal, and the rattling interference of an active Voxcast. Working the buttons only makes it worse. Repair it? Listen. Oh, Starhorn, Sky Herald of the Eagle God, hear the prayers of your servants sent out to you through the myriad forests of Ketsa Tamir. The nightmare has become real. The darkness left the forest, but the light of the dying star can still be saved. The heart of the forest calls out for you. What an asshole. As soon as his voice stops, your entire body arches with a crack as if electrocuted. You're standing on the tips of your toes, staring at a crimson sky at dusk that's turned to an ocean of spilt blood. Still service broken by a hand with fingers covered in rings, and Caligos Winterscale emerges from the depths, only to take a single breath and disappear once more into the blood. It happens again and again and again until he finally notices you. He throws out his hand and reaches for you. He reaches out. The illusion fades away, leaving only a splitting headache in its wake. Quickly, we must return to the settlement. It may be a psych or sorcery that leads us, but in the end, we either help those who await us or purge it of corrupted delusions. I could barely understand the speech of this Mon Kai, but one thing is clear. Their settlement needs help. I care little about the woes of them, but I'm simply paying reparations for the pain that my kin have brought. By the throne's radiance, those psychers certainly love speaking in riddles.
And now we're supposed to go herring off and make guesses about what happened? Still, his tones made it clear that if nothing good, and I fear that it's already too late, a rotting feeling, I dare say. Let's go to the village. All right, who are we killing today? Who did the bad things? Bam, 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 bam. Time to kill them all then. Like, I got rid of, I think, the Dark Eldar. If someone else wants to step up and be like, hey, kill me, who am I to tell him no?
Rise to the top, or get
Oh
left in the
no!
dust.
The people I barely know are dead. Blood for the rogue traitor's throne! Skull for the skull god! That sounds familiar. Let me... Blood for the rogue traitor's throne. Skulls for the skull. Blood for the throne. Skulls for the god. Blood for the... Hey, that sounds like chaos! Cornflakes! That does sound like cornflakes. Orton the Grey seems hypnotized by his master's words. His eyes are slowly growing aflame. Natural, frightening, demonic. Remaining member of his retinue have dispersed around the village's center. The navigator apathetically observes the massacre from a distance. The tech priest appears overly fascinated with assembling and disassembling her own leg augmentics. And the Slith mercenary is raising the village, wholly satisfied. Only Caligos's new psyker speaks with gods, is nowhere to be seen. Yeah, Korn hates psykers. By the golden throne, what offense did these poor souls commit to deserve such a gruesome fate? I smell corruption. A great deal of foul corruption. They were killed not for need or cause, but for pleasure. I know what bodies look like when someone reveled in the slaughter. They look like this. Strategium, how was your hunt? You have turned to the ruinous powers. What are you saying, New Blood? Have the Xenos addled your mind in so short a time? Didn't Theodore explain to you that in the Expanse baseless accusations went out of style a good 100 years ago? His palate is mixed in a very... I'm behind the dogmatic curve because I didn't click the option earlier. There's been one dogmatic click I didn't click and the game punished me for it. Bro! Are you shitting me? Are you fucking shitting me? Why would I... Fuck you. I have clicked almost every fucking dogmatic choice. Why did I only get 20 points? Are you fucking shitting me? Not giving me more points up to this point requires so stringent a playthrough you can't roleplay. I have elected dogmatic as much as I could. But when I try to get information to make sure I direct him to the correct dogmatic, the game says no. Why? What the fuck? And I think I'm literally off by that one decision. That's the thing that gets me. I think I'm literally off by that one decision. That was so far back too, and I don't think I had a manual save there. I don't want to reload it and then have to go through this entire fight. But... I need a dogmatic option to get more dogmatic points. It's a self-filling thing. I know you killed your own Seneschal. What nonsense are you spewing, New Blood? Adric died at the hands of the Xenos who attacked our camp at night. You killed all these people. They were born on my planet, living their pointless lives for a single purpose, to one day satisfy their master. They fulfilled their purpose. The rogue traitor seeks to befog your mind, master. Such insolence. Slit his throat quickly. I need a dogmatic solution here. Never thrown his worlds a quarter only to indulge in mindless hunting. Testing the boundaries, are we, Strategium? I like your boldness, but you shouldn't stick your head so far in the beast's throat. What happened here? Who dared? No, surely I couldn't have. What do you think, Argenta? Please give me a dogmatic choice. The rogue traitor cannot atone for his crimes before the God Emperor. His soul will only be saved by the cleansing flames. To accept death from a sister battle would not be the dullest of fates. This is your last chance, Caligos. Cleave this upstart with two into the axe that I blessed for you. Skin him and bathe in his blood. You'll forget everything and continue on our journey to hunt and to kill. This is the way you prefer to drown out your loneliness and boredom, is it not? This is all your doing, you wretched cur! I showed you mercy and you've been corrupting my soul this entire time, forcing me to... No one forced you, Caligos. I merely enabled your desire and fostered it. I made your crimson rage blossom. You're suspected, yet your own pride stopped you from recognizing your weakness. Weak, worthless fool. I've spent so many years growing this rage inside you and still you resist. Did you think you could refuse the blessing of the Skull God at the last moment? Well, one way or another, he will claim you all. Wow, I sure hope I could have at any point during that interrupted and done things. What? Why didn't our navigator just laser the demon? It was a good fight, New Blood. Seems you may be correct. After all, I can't even feel anything below the chest, aside from an overwhelming feeling of helplessness, of course. Can I get a dogmatic choice? What now? Emperor's Vow, is that his ship? Whose ship is the Emperor's Vow? If you're so concerned about old man's health, I shan't stop you. Oh, goody. Why is there a thing to interact with if nothing's there? Oh, I had to click a button and then they showed up. I feel like that's a glitch. Hotshot las pistol. I don't think I care about that. Gladiator mesh armor. Don't care about that. The Harbinger Carnage. Feel like you're a chainsword for corruption, but you're not. And a battle stimulator medkit. All right, save game real quick. Fuck my life. I have no free will, do I? All right, first of all, save that. I want to see. I don't think I have a save remaining that far back, but I want to see something real quick. That way I can come back to this. Where was before that entire interaction? I don't think I have one that far back. I would have to reset the entire today's stream. The last autosave was me leaving the damn planet. And the earliest quick save was me going into that laboratory. Wow, that's real fun. Why is there still a thing to interact with? Didn't I already handle these? Question. Literal question. Do I have this chainsword already? Why am I getting these but not getting these? Cool. love it when I'm allowed to have my own rewards. So is he alive or what the fuck is even happening?
Options open.
Wait for his summons. Will I? What, just leave? Use toy box? I mean, I'm probably gonna have to. Like, I don't want to do a quick save now because I don't have toy box installed. But hold on. I can't be the only one who had this issue. Don't have enough dogmatic for Caligos quest. But I've done fucking like almost everything I could. So by the way, how close was I even? The issue is I'm not fanatic. I'm 18 points short. Fuck my life. There's an optional colony building for Foulstone. Did one of these give me dogmatic points? Apparently, I'm not the only one who has had this issue. What? Is there really no other way? That seems horribly not thought out. And I didn't even not choose dogmatic. I asked questions. I'm kind of annoyed right now. I'm not gonna lie. That's what was the dogmatic option? That's the thing that's got what was it? Lord Captain Viabu 6 begs for help. Something terrible prowls the planet, searching for a way to wipe out the planet's inhabitants. Victims died in small groups at first. They dismissed as simple accidents, a poisoning, a crash, transport, a fire. The death toll started to rise, and explaining everything as mere coincidence is no longer an option. The enemy appears to be testing out different methods, killing your subjects. Like it's looking for the most efficient way to murder as many of them at once as possible. Pick traps, catch a sight of blurry, dark shadow walking around the people, but no one's actually seen it with their own eyes. Various sorts of mechanical failures, ventilation systems, emitting substances, no business being there. Auspex is doing radiation, maintenance systems shutting down. All resembles extermination experiments, with experiments playing the role of test subjects. Any ideas? The art of hunting lies in the art of hiding. Cannot see your target, so they make it so the target cannot see you. Deceive its senses and seize your investigation. A predator walks amongst your people? Well then, it's time we became predators ourselves. Your servants can't see it and don't know where its lair lies, but I will tell you how to find it. You need to spark the beast's curiosity. Leave something it craves out in the open and mark it so that you can track the beast as it's carrying the bait away in its jaws. That's how we hunt cunning prey on Fenris. That's never gonna work. That's 100. All right, looks like we're doing Yulriet's choice. The guards, unfortunately, always keep watch aside of an air purifier spotted the strange shadow right between the working mechanisms and the lead cover. The enemy had grown careless and finally revealed itself. The Braves guard raised the alarm, wounded the creature, and fell in battle. His comrades managed to chase it away. Cornered in its den, the monster fought its final battle and was slain. It was a terrifying Xenos with a metallic skeletal body and a single emerald eye. The terrifying Xenos had a metallic skeletal body and a single emerald eye. I always knew the Necrons were weebs. Its lair turned out to be a crypt-like chamber, and beneath it was an entire fortress buried in stone. The walls were covered in glyphs similar to mysterious patterns that the mad convicts were drawing. We got an ancient xenomechanism.
The chamber also contained the dissected remains of missing miners. The Onisai servants studied the bodies of the crypt and of Xenos' corpse, hypothesizing that the inhuman belonged to a caste of sages among its kind. It had remained in stasis for ages untold, but had recently been awakened by either the mining efforts or the explosions caused by the Drukari. After killing everyone who approached the Slayer, the creature tried to wake its brethren, but millennia tectonic shifts that crushed the underground fortress, the creature was alone. Whenever the wearer ends their turn, they deal 3 times int bonus energy damage with armor pin equal to your int to all adjacent creatures. If the number of damaged creatures exceed 3, you get staggered. Why would I want that then? The fearsome insects, the ones that assailed the colony, were the only tool the Xenos had left, so it chose to lie in wait. When the heretics of the Final Dawn sabotaged the reactor in their attempts to destroy the planet, he grew restless and started searching for a way to exterminate you. Now the last Xenos survivor was dead, and so was its entire race. Or at least so prayed every denizen of Weeaboo 6. All right. Hey, look, another melee Pascal item, right? One mechanism for a bunch of plasteel. I mean, if he'll close it out. Why do you still have a red mark? It's not got great range. And it's not got great effect. Weeaboo 6 has a red mark. Doesn't that mean... Yeah, I gotta go there now. Servitors, they serve attempting to pay you back for your merciful. Gain 20 hull and 20 health is 20 health. Why is this? Oh, because my iconoclast went up. Why can I get an option to get more iconoclast? Give me more dogmatic, game. I'm not doing this. You are absolutely jackasses. For profit factor, 6 people. 4 complacency, 4 efficiency. I don't need either of those 2 right now, but I can do the holy profit. I don't like the description, but it seems like I need to do this. God, do I have a lot of people, though. Profit factor is good, though. Take some of those very same people, lower complacency, increase efficiency, gain 3 food. I don't need food. You know what? I'll do it. I don't need these stats, but I'll do it. And I can lower complacency and do this. That'll eat up some of the people I have. Go back, come back. Good. Go back, come back. Anything left? Not right now. Okay. Two Xenotech, which I can spare. Lower security for some increased complacency. No. Lower security for efficiency. Don't care. This one, I don't care. This one, I don't care. Have I done your rank 5? I think I have. I don't know which one of you was a rank 5. Show finished. Okay, I did do a rank 5. Kiavagama. The idea that I can now buy more Iconoclast hurts my fucking brain. 9 weapons for Promethium and chemicals. I don't need that. I do need that. So, yeah, no. You make me even whatever, and I gain this. I don't like the idea, but I'll do it. Profit factor back up. I got Iconoclast points twice. I'm gonna end up suddenly super Iconoclast. Why? I wasn't even doing. I asked a question. God, this game. Genuine question. Where am I right now in Iconoclast? The fact that I've jumped to 2. Actually, no, I'm beyond 2. I'm working my way. I can't go beyond. So I hit what I'm locked to.
which fucking thank God for that mechanic, because otherwise I'd be really pissed right now. I should be at piercing resolution. But the one choice I wanted to do, you didn't give to me. Ah! Okay. I might honestly, the game might have finally forced me to install Toy Box. I've gone through the entire game not needing Toy Box, but I'm now at a point where I think I have to install Toy Box. Because there's not been enough things. I ask one question like, hey, why are the Eldar here? And also, don't kill them for like a fucking second, because we all know there's Dark Eldar here, and the Dark Eldar is the greater threat. Literally trying to find the greater threat cost me dogmatic. What? What the fuck? How does that make sense? How the fuck does that make sense? I wonder if any of Jay's quests would let you get dogmatic points. Don't kill Xeno scum. Heresy. It wasn't even don't kill Xeno scum. It was this, like, I don't, like, just forgive me. I don't want it to sound like the racist thing, but it is literally the Warhammer 40K statement of these Xenos are the good ones. Even in Warhammer 40K lore, they have a short list of Xenos that are the good ones. Where, you know what, we should kill them, but we'll turn a blind eye every now and then. The Eldar are on that list. It's not anti-dogmatic to go, hey, hold on a sec. You're acting crazy, and also there's Dark Eldar. We should work with the Eldar to kill the Dark Eldar. That's a Warhammer 40K thing. That's a thing that happens like all the fucking time. All I asked was a question. Where the fuck is everyone? Why would that fucking not get me dogmatic points? Hold on, save game. Can fix dogma. Can fix dogmat. Save. All right, hold on, chat. I went through the majority of this game without trying to track down Toy Box, but that one literally has me fucking annoyed. I might literally just install Toy Box, load that save, set me to the bare minimum of that category. If nothing else, then to see what the fuck that dogmatic choice was. Because the crazy thing is you need dogmatic to do the dogmatic choices. Doing the dogmatic choices gets you more dogmatic points. You know what I mean? So killing the Xenos would have gotten me 20 dogmatic. What is this game called? My brain is so annoying. Rogue Trader Toy Box. I can't believe I got this far in. I honestly thought I could get through this game without having to use Toy Box to fix something completely fucked up. I've been reading about bugs and all this other nonsense, and we got so fucking far. Literally asking a question does not mean you lose an entire route of the game. That's fucking dumb. Log in. Boody-doo-dee-doo. All right, manual download. How do you install this again? Download a Toy Box Mile and unzip. If the folder is not already named Toy Box O, please rename it to that. Launch the game at least once. Please note the game comes with its own built-in Unity mod manager, so you don't need to install another one. Navigate to user profile, app data, blah, 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 mod manager. An example is copy Toy Box into Unity mod manager folder. Okay. Hold on. Extract to here. Okay, wait. What? If folder is not already named Toy Box O, please rename it to that. Presumably they meant this folder. So I will get rid of the Shodan comes out the warp part of this and just rename it Toy Box O. Launch the game. Please note the game comes with its app data local low. Okay, hold on.
PC. Go to users. App data. Local low. LCAT games. Oh. LCAT games. Rogue Trader. Unity Mod Manager. Drag folder over, presumably. Close. Close. Launch Rogue Trader, hit Control F10 to see Mod Manager. Okay. So we should be good. Relaunch game. That's dumb. This is absolutely dumb. The fact that I need to do this is stupid. I have turned over people to the Inquisition. Like, how does taking out Kimura get you 20 points? I have done crazy things for the Imperium. And they're like, I report one person as a criminal, 20 points. Take out an entire faction, 20 points. What? All right, real quick. That is where we had to talk to him, right? So I want this autosave before I talk to him. Yeah, that makes sense. Delay killing them at... Yeah, that's the thing. Is at no point did I rule out during that questioning killing them. Like, the only point where it became clear that I had to rule out killing them was when I didn't have the dogmatic solution anymore. Because the game did not convey to me that I had to blindly click dogmatic so that she would interrupt me. Am I at the right place? Okay, so Control F10. Toy Box or Rogue Trader? Yes. Where do I... Also, you're a really big mod manager. Didn't you used to be like a little thing? I don't want anything enabled or on. I just want to figure out... I don't even need rarity tags. I just want to figure out where my thing is. Oh, I can see which one of these I'm doing stuff with. That's nice. I'll come back to you later. What is this? I don't know what that is. I'm leaving that alone. It's got to be under bag of tricks, right? One of these has to be change my thingy. I would love these all to be here. Alignment points are in party. Okay. Are these... I can see what the hell I'm doing in dialogue. No, fuck it. You're right. I'm getting lost in the weeds. I'm not trying to change anything. I just want to have the things. So this would be me. I could kill me. Party and pets. Party. Strategium. Nope, not that. Inspect. Stats. Faith, hope, corruption. Are these dogmatic? I think this is what they used to be called. Faith, hope, corruption. Is this the dogmatic thing? I think this is it. So 82 would be 302. All right, that's the only change I'm making. How do I... Is that already in by doing that? Yes. Okay. Save game. Did work.
Save. And then we'll just take out toy box. All right, give me a quick second, chat. Let's remove toy box. I don't even want to be tempted. Like I didn't even want to do that, but oh my fucking Lord, are you shitting me? They get rid of some of these. They have the weirdest fucking settings. Oh, you asked a question. You're not dogmatic. I asked where the bad people were. What the fuck are you talking about?
The fact that that actually counted against me, I still can't get over that. Data local low. Where's Alcat? Alcat, Rogue Trader, Mod Manager, Toy Box, delete, close, launch, close, switch back. 5. Also, why am I that fucking close on the line? It's removed the restrictions. Ah, okay. Because I thought it'd be nice if they actually told us what some of them were going to do. Load game. Did work? Load. All right, try this again. And the funny thing is, we're gonna find out that that decision was even fucking useful.
Let us not dawdle.
All right, Caligos. Continue, continue, continue. Skull Throne, you're evil, you're evil, you're evil. Okay, I have nothing dogmatic yet. I've had suspicions. Point a blessed finger at Wharton. There stands the archenemy spawn that has corrupted your soul. Behold him as I do here and now. So I was I was murdering aliens short of saying, by the way, clearly he's fucking evil. I see it. The corruption like a cloak around him and around me. And that gives you more dogmatic. So by not murdering the aliens immediately, not only was I 20 dogmatic short, I was 40 dogmatic short. Oh my fucking Lord. Flinching as if struck by a whip, he stares at the village with the look of someone seeing it for the first time. What happened here? Who dared? No, surely I couldn't have. So this didn't even do anything. By the way, it didn't do anything. It just cost me more dogmatic because he still ends up at the same point. Your arch-militant is a heretic and a servant of chaos. It's your last chance. Cleave him. I showed you mercy and you corrupted my soul. All right, it still goes into this. Is there an option where that doesn't happen? Why am I not killing him? Is there any way to stop Caligos from doing this nonsense? And then he just collapses for no reason? All right, so dogmatic doesn't even stop that. Does he always? I like side thing. Does that always happen? Like now I'm just genuinely curious. Does Caligos always get cut down? Question mark. Rogue Trader. I don't know. I'm gonna get stuck down this fucking hole of this entire quest. All I found is everyone else saying that they don't understand this quest. You can persuade him in village, say 4 ships of Eldari is a decent prize. Then one of the additional tests encounter will light a siege, but it happened to lead into even worse. Very same planet, and his party appears on the Blood Rage Accord, and they killed the entire village. They have invincible. Okay. All right. Whatever. I don't understand, but we'll go with what we have.
Medicaid. I'm not going to kill him. What now? No, I'm going to take him to Emperor's Vow. Yes. Okay, fine. I will take this. Is this part still bugged? Okay. If nothing else, I mean, we can always rely on the fact that this part, for whatever reason, is still absolutely bugged. All right, let's leave, I guess. I don't understand. This game is weird. Let's get the fuck out of here. Does me leaving take him back to his place? What? No, you should have gone to someone else and talked to something else. Isn't that his fleet right there? Show completed quests for chapter 4. Hold on. All right. I guess we're just kind of good on that one. We got to go to Dargonis. And we still got to perform a ritual. Okay. Oh, and then the other things that I didn't do in this fucking quest line. False Wonders. Moving World. That thingy. These things. Kind of accidents. Any ideas? Awareness. Do that. Get rid of the Xenos threat. Complete profit factor. Back out real quick. Quick save. All right. I think we have course corrected everything to where it needs to be. Because I'm not trying to undo any of my previous decisions. Just that's way too fucking close a window to be working on. That's dumb. Yeah, for whatever. Oh, now I have a dogmatic option. I lost out on 60 points of dogmatic because I asked where the Dark Eldar are. I could kill the Dark Eldar. I could destroy at least a part of Gamora and get 20 points. Asking where the fuck are the Dark Eldar cost me 60. What the fuck? Literally everyone says you toy box. Yeah, that math doesn't add up. How the fuck did asking where the fuck are bad people cost me 60 dogmatic points? It cost me the 20 from the question, it cost me 20 from the option on him, and it cost me 20 when I get back here. So literally, if I did not choose that option, I don't have any more dogmatic options, so I can't progress down dogmatic. The entire dogmatic quest line revolves on immediately executing some aliens that you would only have the option of being there to talk to if you were at least being smart enough to question why the fuck they're there. So you have to question why they're there until you have to question why they're there. And if you question why they're there after questioning why they're there, that's the wrong question. You have to just fucking murder them. One guy said if you pick every dogmatic option, including the hidden one, except for the dogmatic killing of companions, you get enough points. Yeah, no, that's not role-playing. That is, you have to know the route. And I think we've all learned, particularly at my end of Wrath of the Righteous, how much I fucking hate in role-playing that you have to play the exact route. That's not role-playing anymore. That's following a guide. That's dumb. Now, I understand having to mostly follow the route, that you have a few that, like, okay, we can spare you 1 or 2 because there's nuance. There is nuance. Most of these are a lawful route, like lawful neutral. It makes sense. But some of these aren't lawful. Some of these are just dumb. Some of these are suicidal decisions. And the one choice I did not fucking make, the one I did not make, wasn't one that I chose to not make. I asked a question. Like, I'm being serious here. In my opinion, that particular quest line is bugged because they got rid of the dogmatic choice. I absolutely still would have probably gone with the dogmatic choice to see more information, but I wanted to ask questions first, like, where the fuck's the bad guy? Because we couldn't tell if they were Chaos or Dark Eldar. Either way, we knew we had to go somewhere else to kill the real problem. You know what I mean? That was it. Me asking where the thing is to kill, me literally being filled with bloodlust and wanting to kill the enemies of the Imperium was too dogmatic. It's too dogmatic. You don't get the points now. Fucking stupid. Yeah, that's railroading. Would that choice have even given you enough points is my question. Actually, that's a good point. That is absolutely a good point. I assumed it's 20 because everything is 20, but for all we know, it could have been 5. All allies gain an extra willpower and resolve. Yes. 20 more dogmatic, 4 more efficiency, 12 plasteel, cost some people that I don't care about. Purification by death. Fine with me. Do I want to pay a mechanism for some plasteel? Not really. I'm going to hold on to that. Dargonus. Profit factor in people. I don't like the way it's worded, but I'll do it. Somehow that gave me 8. Sure. I'd still got enough iconoclast out of something. I don't know. I'll take it. I'm really confused at this rate, but I'll take it. Go back to Giannis. Death Cult to the 80? I lost out on 80 dogmatic so far. You fucking shitting me? By not, oh my God. By not murdering aliens the instant I saw them, instead of asking where the worse aliens are, the more evil things, the actual goal. By being strategically intelligent, I lost out on 80 dogmatic points. Mind you, for scale chat, that limit, that check right there was only 300. 80 dogmatic is almost 33% of the entirety of my role playing in this game because of one decision. Because, is it 400? Whoa, because of one fucking decision. That's stupid. That is completely fucking asinine. What does this do? At the start of combat, you gain movement equal to your resolve. You cannot be slowed. If you have dogmatic votary, you gain 2 resolve for each rank in dogmatic and can't be immobilized either. That's kind of nice. Does Argenta have... I mean, it's not that like anyone ever gets a chance anyways, but... I lose some security. Why? And the career requires the already done members community give themselves the land and allow themselves to become nourishing compost on which to sprout the future prosperity. Death Cult of the Reaper Emperor? What? Why? I had the people, but what? Sure. At least that gave me something else to do. I was about to say, if another one showed up here and I got like another 20, I was going to lose my fucking mind. No, the max is 500, not 400. This doesn't sound very dogmatic to me. I don't fucking know. Also, we now have the ability, once per battle, I may choose an ally. For 1 round, their attacks ignore the enemy's armor. Meaning, Argenta kills everyone even more faster. That's what that means. We also somehow got Iconoclast 2, which says in the first round of every combat, everyone in my team gains 4 more MP. Neato. She's at Dogmatic Votary, so that one thing would actually give her some bonuses. Wait, is she? She's at 200 out of 300. Get to 15, you go 1. Get to 45, you go that. Get to... Okay, so yeah. So yeah, that one item I got would be really good for her. I can't believe that's so fucking asinine. That one decision was worth 80. And at that point, I'd only gotten 280. You're now more dogmatic than Argenta, which is stupid. Just why did none of those decisions show up earlier? That's the thing that gets me. By the way, they want me to go to Viabu 6. By the way, it says 2020. Profit factor 4. Iconoclast. Question. Did that somehow give me more? No, okay. That's so fucking stupid that that's set up that way. What? At least one or two of those things I chose need to have a lower dogmatic requirement. Like, that would have probably solved it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, wouldn't be quite that bad if one or two of those quests had a lower dogmatic requirement. Would have made sense. And some of those, like, rank 2. Like, completely nonsensical. All right, so I gotta go do... Oh, what? Which one was it for her again?
Lord Captain. Lord Captain, the Astropasser reporting a new message. It says Lord Inquisitor Calcazar is sending his regards to your lordship and is hoping to meet you in his palace at Footfall at your earliest convenience. I have more urgent business. As you wish.
Yep. That is the story quest. I'm not doing that yet. Provisions. I have 49 to get more people. I don't know why I would need that many people. Profit factor. Wait, no. Use people to get profit factor. I do have people now. I'll get profit factor. This is people for more provisions. That's what that is. Profit factor for phlogiston. Don't care. Profit factor for xenotech. Don't care. Chemicals for plasteel. No, none of those make sense. I still have a bunch of rumors I've been unable to complete. Let me go onto the ship real quick. Start trading out a few more things again. Ooh. Ooh. Putting off work with the Inquisition. I have to work with the navigators. I have a quest that a major navigational family that I work with is about to have a very major meeting. You can't put off the navigators. The Imperium was built off the back of the navigators. It is supported by the back of the Inquisition, but it was built on the back of the navigators. All right, Drusians. Do I have things you want? It looks like I do. Drusians are now maxed. I can get their power armor, which this would go on Tech Boy, and we'll probably go there immediately. And this is someone else wearing this one. Cool. The Explorators. I still can't get their ghost helm by 1 profit factor. Fuck you. Heavy armor proficiency. We have a lot of armors today. Hollow field emitter. A Stardaze bolter. And I cannot buy the ghost helm. Much sadness. I don't think I have anything yet for the Imperial Navy. I do not. Casabolica. The Void. I keep getting this backwards. You guys are chaos, right? Casabolica is just illicit goods. All right. I'll give you guys the illicit goods. There's now an Aldari sniper weapon that I don't think is good. But it deals extra damage to Dark Eldar, which is kind of funny. Another sniper rifle. And heavy xenomesh. Sure. Boy, would I love one more profit factor. Wrong button. All right, so Tech Boy has a new armor. Tech Boy doesn't have proficiency in power armor. Hey, is one of these power armor proficiency? How do I make you proficient in power armor? I don't know what I would use on him. Bonus to strength equal to their wounds. Feel like he does like that. Deflection is doubled against single target attacks. That's nice. And he just gains extra health. No, you're not wearing light armor. 5 times deflection. So you get a bonus to everything equal to... He's going to be wearing heavier armor, so unbreakable will. All resistance test equal to right now 30. I don't see why not. Though I do like... You know what? Fuck it. We'll do this one. Or if it's a single target attack, you just don't care. Second tier archetype. Do you have something in here for power armor? Whenever prey that is not being trailed is killed by an ally, you gain an extra turn anyways. Okay. Art on a trail has unlimited range. Probably go with that one, I guess. I think you need more int. Wasn't half your bonus off of int? Gain an extra exploit's always good. We could do this one too. Or apparently this is way too strong. Seriously though, where is fucking power armor? You can also get a push. Whenever you trigger an exploit, you gain an extra damage and armor pin. That seems nice. And increases your damage by an additional. Ooh. We can improve tactics. I don't remember what tactical knowledge is, but we'll do that one. All right, so I don't know how to use power armor, and I don't know how to learn how to use power armor. Good. Good. Wrong one. My bad. You had a gun in here somewhere. Two-handed. Rate of fire 3. Range 12. Every critical hit with this bolter increases your damage, your critical damage by 10%. The fact that you need a start ace is what fucking... Oh my god. I would... Actually, with the rate of fire, I wouldn't. I'm about to say, I would put this on Argenta, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I just set it up so I could use bolters in close range. I think that's why I had the flamer. So we can go back to having you using a Astartes annihilating pattern bolter. Should be fine. I can't believe I can't equip you with the thing I want to equip you with. I'm very sad right now. Like, imagine. Just imagine what that would be.
Listen.
Wrong bolter. Oh, no! Oh, no! You're right. That's the Astartes bolter. Not the annihilating Astartes bolter. Good eye. All right. Give me the Expanse map. No, the candles came in because I got an event saying I hit level 3 in Dogmatics. Now I got a bunch of religious people on my ship. All right. I got to go to Dargonis. I got to...
don't know where I gotta Smaragdus Mundus. I gotta go to Dargonis, and I gotta go to Viabu 6. I'm off my primary path because I had to come over here for some damn reason. I have to go to Dargonis and Viabu 6. By the way, there are some things that aren't connected, and I still don't have... I got to get more of these. Where am I going to get more Navigator Insight from? Like, what is going on here? All right, so orange, that to yellow. Didn't one of these throw me off? Oh, yeah, there was a green up there. There's two things happening here? Okay. Lord Captain, we found the trail of the elusive Contempt. The ship was sighted in Latoshian's Passage. If we got to the pirates right now, we can catch them. Wait, so now I gotta go up here? Oh my fucking lord. Disaster, bizarre warp sorcery. Let's go kill them. Ilriad, I don't need you. Heinrichs, I'll take you. Oh, yeah, I had a new sniper rifle for her too. That's what the other idea was. Yep, I gotta level him up. He's very unleveled. Last time I got you deadly aim, which I'm not even sure that was a good idea. You have extra AP at the beginning. If I hit you, you have to hit me back. Makes sense. Five to all characteristics. It wouldn't be bad. I don't have much deflection. Don't have much deflection. I don't do much with you. Yeah. I don't think I have a ranged weapon equipped. I was supposed to get extra willpower, right? Yep, nope, we'll do that. And then... Just give everyone 5 to a stat. Oh, is this I can finally... Is this level 40? Is this I gain another psi rating increase? I'll take it. Psi rating increase is nice. I guess willpower. Psyker gains. Next psychic power used will not trigger. I don't like that. When you use a damaging psychic power on someone 6 or further away, they get an extra 5 damage. Subtle manipulation. Can use a damaging psychic power being threatened by enemies in melee without provoking attacks of opportunity. Do I use fucking Pulse of Life? Whenever you heal someone, you can critically heal. It's kind of nice. Yeah, he does heals. We'll grab that one.
All right, who are we killing, and why are you making my life painful? All right, with as many bloodletters as I've killed on my own ship, why was that other guy supposed to be not dumb?
Do you require an audience? I am a navigator, not a
Power of humanity.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice.
Yeah, fuck it. We'll be over here. Heinrichs. Cassia. Not Heinrichs. Get out of there. Abelard, Cassia. Heinrichs can go to the side. Ulfar can be over here. Strategium will be back here somewhere. 1, 2, that. And Argento will be here because Cassia's in the wrong place. Over back here should be fine, and she should be fine.
I'll see to it personally.
Abelard now has a ton of AP.
It will be done.
If I could get a charge out of him and he was by someone, I could get an attack on this first round too, which is fucking hilarious. Wall of Rockery. There's a charge, but no, he can't move because we'd have problems. All right. No one really should be moving. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. Parry mode, I guess. Him, he's your sworn enemy. He's so evil. Ah, there's that one. Ignore enemy's armor. I love how it's enemies specifically too. So here's what I'm gonna do as usual. We're gonna grab this Argenta. We're gonna test out the enemy's armor. Front line. If he's in it, he's in it. Wait, what? That looked different. Wait, did Rear's area change? No, it just looked weird for a second. Okay, never mind. I'm just crazy.
I'll make it happen. I'll see to it personally.
All right.
I'll make it happen.
Do a decree because why not?
Who if not me?
Her turn.
Doubt is for the weak.
Lots of pew-pews with like fucking 4 AP. Holy crap.
I'll do it.
Who even taught you to fight like this? You could do worse. But not by much.
Something has gone horribly wrong. She can't fire? What just happened? She did nothing but strong deviations? What even happened? Central line, why didn't they hit the guy in the back? What? What? What the fuck just happened?
As the Emperor commands, I act. Guided by faith.
I'm still thoroughly confused what just happened. Can you hit this man? Well, where was that a second ago?
Is a prayer.
What the fuck? Somehow I just leveled up again? And you're killing your own team? Is Blood for the Blood God deciding that I'm the correct people to be fighting with? What is happening?
Faith without
Okay,
deeds is
cool.
worthless.
You do whatever you want, weirdos.
Power
You know, who am I to
resides in the
stop
will
you?
of the righteous.
Fucking insane people.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, this is what I chose to communicate.
Why did my momentum go down? because I did the thing. No. There we go. In my head, the math made sense, but I was waiting to go it down to throw it back up. I forgot entirely what I was doing. So now it goes back to him, and he's like, wow, that was pretty cray-cray. Here you go. Here's voice of command. You need more stats. Also, here, have a turn.
Accept your lot.
Okay, now that it's her turn again. Fuck you.
Each strike is a prayer.
That was the free attack.
None can escape the Empress judgment.
Do I really do 148 damage now?
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Faith
Let's
without
revel in that
deeds is
slaughter.
worthless.
Oh no, it's because the first one does a bonus.
As the Emperor commands,
Yeah, I just do 100. I don't know how I'm at 148 now, but okay. Trying to see if that line makes sense. It does.
I'll do it. Right is a prayer. Doubt is for the weak.
Just a little splelch.
I'll do it.
Run and gun. So I can get some movement back. I know you're up there, dude. Somewhere in this map is a line of sight to you.
Rejoice in battle. Faith without deeds eradicated.
There we go. Problem solved. The funny thing is, I know if I told the AI to do it, like, oh, you got horribly hurt because we leveled up again.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Expand smap. Get me out of here. It's goof. Super goof. All right. Get this event over with. What do you want me to do? Let's knock this out of the park so I can do every other fucking event. Quick saving. Is that like a thing I didn't do before that I need to do? Unidentified ruins. All right. Space combat. Let's go. Pirate Flotilla's got in a system with especially prosperous extractium. The Augur crew ports all of the void ship shared their signatures with elusive contempt. Your familiar cheerful voice on the box. Shelby the proto-speculator sighs theatrically. You're hot on his heels coming between him and his fortune. The cargo ships are just about to take off from the bountiful planet that the rogue trader himself wishes to rudely interrupt their plans. But that's quite all right. Shelby sounds thrilled by the sudden competition. The elusive contempt's captain is ready to wait for the next opportunity, and for now he'll leave in the good company of his friends. See the pirate flagship beginning to maneuver to escape into the warp. That seems like a really easy check to make. The starboard batteries light up, firing a salvo. The missiles reach their target. Despite a direct hit, though, it manages to slip away once more, though it won't recover from that damage anytime soon. Good. Fuck the pirates.
I'll be your beacon in the darkness.
All right, who do I hate more? I'm going to go for the left side first so I can maybe save my dude. So he always finds ways to die.
Fire at will. With the force of a supernova.
With the force of a supernova. You dare?
Torpedoes away.
You dare to say I miss?
This is an ult, right? That's not a thing I want to use. Gotten that twisted a couple times. It annoys me every time. That's an ult. All these are ults. Reinforce the rear. Good job, shields. Oh, how did that get through? Why didn't it occur to me that he could just shoot me in the front? That seems like that was all my fault. How many fucking shots you got, buddy?
I thoroughly expected him to shoot again. That is why I reinforced the back shields. Okay. I disagree, but you do you. Whee! All right, you can make them go again. The fact that they only did that much is really depressing me right now. Where's spin? Not warp wave. Swing run.
All hands, prepare for acceleration.
Next attack gets more range. Suddenly more range.
Lance batteries, volley! With the force of a supernova!
With the force of a supernova. Did you not think about how I might have had a supernova, chat? It made me feel very forceful. Now, none of those were during my acceleration, so the quick reload thing's not going to help. Let's get ready to launch more Audacity Dionysus. And I don't think I can do much anything else, so end my turn. Oof, live! Live! I command you to live. Meow.
Launch batteries, volley!
Uh-oh, that doesn't bode well for you.
Coordinates set!
They pale before our master.
They pale before I kill you much goodly. We did it, and thus were they dead. All right, before we go, I leveled up. I did. Okay. I'll take a ship level up. So these are all ults, and all these ults are not good. So what's the point? We need to make the ults happen a lot more. Like, who cares? Like, there's no duration that lasts that long. I think I almost just want more of these. Actually, no, most of these aren't that good either. And that's what this one's going to be, is... So I got boarding party, I got 2 ults. Okay, I don't know what the point would be. You need more / better abilities. All right, what if we get focus efforts in shallow jump? Focus efforts. And we'll get Imperium Storm. Yeah, those are the sort of upgrades I like. All right, we'll do those. Yep. Because question, if I go to post now, can any of those upgrade? I have to use it first to upgrade it. Okay, right now it just goes to 1 to 2 rounds. Okay, that makes sense. Nothing else, I think, so far has an upgrade on it. All right, fine. At least I gave him another ability, though. 140, no one's better. 205, no one's better. Ulfar would actually be better at this, but I don't... Oh, with him in charge, he can now upgrade Strafe. Ooh. 1 to 3 to... What do you do? Oh. His upgrade to Strafe is I can strafe into your ass. That's... That's kind of funny, actually. It's absolutely stupid because a regular Void Shit Ram does a lot less damage to me. But, I mean, if you want to be like, fuck you, I guess. Yeah. 125. I wish we put negative 160 in there. And she's got 150, where the other one would actually be slightly better at 162. All right. This makes sense to me. Didn't we have one? Oh, he was the one that can warp waves him. Okay. Both of these upgrade shallow jump, but I don't have shallow jump now. Oh, I should have grabbed that for the upgrade. Okay. Fine with what we got. Quick save, and that is where we're going to probably end for the evening chat. We've made more progress. We could have probably made slightly more because we did, in fact, lose about an hour and a half of yelling at the beginning. But you know what? I'll take what I can get. End of stream June 25. And then we'll start next stream again doing another level up. Boy, are we going through these levels fast. We're going through a lot of these levels fast. All right. Yep. We'll go with that. Apply grapples and weld together now has bigger ship. Did he call us Shat? Yes, Shat. How dare you, Shat? Dwagon and Salty Cupcake, thank you for following. Slinger. Rick Slinger, thank you so much for following. And we got, I believe... No, that one's a little old, but we got a little bit of a resub or whatever from N9103 a couple days ago. Thank you all so much for being here. I swear at some point we'll get through this game, and we better rush it before they patch it into the ground, because there's no way in hell it's going to be balanced with 2,500 simultaneous changes. You're making a new game. You're making a new game. That is a different game. I refuse to believe that that's not a different game. So we got to get through while we still can. And we're going to give the raid out to who else but the person we're going to maybe hopefully beat. Metal Gear Solid with tomorrow. It's going to be Redo. And then we're going to have a victory lap. Which much better game. A game of hope and justice and happiness and saving the world because it's great. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. Tomorrow we'll be doing presumably the ending or very close to the ending of Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain, bringing to a close a massive chapter of the Metal Gear Solid series for all to enjoy and now know. Thank you all so much for tuning in. For those of you on the YouTube archive, thank you so much for watching. Catch you guys next time.